1, 2, 3.
Another same, we share the love. Embracing the differences like hand in glove. Spreading peace and joy, both sides. Together we shine in each other's light. Together we stand in love's pure might. Watching the world in love.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to Watching the World. Today, we're going to be covering a trial out of Massachusetts involving a police officer. It's quite the case. It's quite confusing, so make sure you lock in really good. They will be having the opening statements probably in a few minutes, so we're going to cover it. Yesterday, I told you guys that it was a good chance that the President of the United States would change his position on Iran and perhaps not, drop those explosives that we discussed yesterday. And it looks like he changed his mind, or at least he delayed the tactics. So we're going to cover that later on today. But now we're going to tune in to this trial as it seems like it's about to begin. As you come in, hit the like button, share, and subscribe, and welcome to the channel. We look forward to your comments and the developments throughout the day. We're going to cover this trial for as long as it goes today. I will be live streaming. Feel free to come in and check it out as you feel the need to, but let's check it out. So, as you guys know, I attend a lot of these different trials. This is very typical as they're setting up, waiting to bring in the plaintiff, the defendant, and also the judge. So, this case should probably, I think it's going to be maybe a day or two because there's no jury involved. So, we're going to check this out. Good morning to you, Caprello, a strong Trump supporter, I see. Guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Also, you can hit the hearts. That would be great. Thank you. Good morning to you, Anderson. Nice to see you as well. All right, Red Sox fan. All right. Beck, Bug. Okay, found you through another streamer last night. Thought I'd stop by to show some support. Thank you very much. Nice to have you. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Corvette Girl, good morning to you. Welcome in, guys. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. We're waiting for this trial to kick off for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It looks like it might be a day or two trial. Should be short. There's no jury involved. So we will be covering this all day. Good morning, True Court Crime Junkie. Welcome in. Nice to have you here too. I'll have to check out your channel. Thank you. Typically, these cases, they don't allow cameras inside the courtroom, especially here in New York. So we always have to bring in the notepad and pen to take good notes to come back and report on it. Today, we get to watch it together. Good morning to you, Lisa. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Thank you, Corvette Girl. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much. Awesome. Good morning, Carol. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Look forward to seeing you throughout the day.
As soon as I'm done marking all this stuff.
Good morning, Tammy. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're going to be covering this trial all day. Look forward to seeing you guys' comments, what you think about it. Tell us, what are you drinking? You having coffee, tea? What are you guys having this morning? You're welcome, Tammy. All right, Lisa's having coffee. We have some Watching the World coffee coming down the pipeline. So I went out to Costa Rica, so I have a special coffee and tea brand coming through. That should be pretty interesting. Corvette girl is having coffee. All right. True court crime junkie is having coffee too. Everybody's having coffee, right? Oh, we have Psalms 91. Good morning to you. You're always here to support. I love it. I love it. Typically, I'm covering these cases sitting in the courtroom in those, I call it the church pews, sitting in those hard wooden seats. But today we get to check this out together. Thankfully, this is streamed so we can check it out as a Watching the World group. Okay, Anderson, strong coffee from New Hampshire. Oh, wow. Strong stuff that'll probably keep you going all day. Tammy's having iced coffee. Okay, very good. Sounds good. I like the sound of that. I usually start off with hot coffee, the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning. SS says, good morning. Shout out to you, 206. Nice to have you here. We're just waiting for the court day to kick off to see what happened in regards to this case. It's quite strange because it's involving a lot of officers, so we don't get to see this often. But we know that with relationships, things go left and anything can happen. So I'm sure we'll be along for the ride. Psalms 91 says, be sure to hit the like button when entering. Thank you so much. Also, if you can hit the hearts, that helps to bring more eyes and ears on the stream as well. Thank you so much. It's going to be a long day. We also have a lot of news to cover in regards to, did you guys hear what happened at LaGuardia Airport? That's the airport that I was stuck in last weekend, right? I was stuck in that airport, and now they've shut it down. You know, when you get stuck in the airport, I went and acquired a hotel room, but a lot of people have to go down into the basement area and just lay out on the ground, on the floor. So imagine with them shutting down the airport, I'm not sure what that looks like for people that are stuck. But there was a major accident last night where I think it was Air Canada struck a vehicle, and some of the, I think even the pilots lost their lives. There was a lot of people hurt in that incident. They say the airplane was flying in. So this case, this is, let me put it up for you guys. Thought I had the banner up. This is Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. This is out of Massachusetts, so we're going to be covering this for the most of the day. I would imagine it could go on to around 5 o'clock, in fact, but we'll be streaming all day either way. Okay, let's see here. All right, we have, yeah, that's right, Lisa. It was a crash. Indeed. Mashona, welcome in. Good to see you again. Mashona, back from last night. Thank you for all you do. All right. We also have Sharon Godboat. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Sharon, as always. We're still waiting for this to kick off. I imagine it should be rolling by 9:30. Usually the judges like to get this rolling and get it over with, since it will not be a jury trial. So it should go rather quickly. St. Martin, okay, good morning to you. Welcome from Detroit. Good to see you. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. Thanks for liking and sharing and all you do. I really do appreciate that. Now, typically in New York, the first thing they do is they give the instructions to those that are sitting in the audience. But in New York, they don't even allow you to have a peppermint. You cannot bring in any type of sodas, juices. They do allow you to have water, and that's about it. And if you are caught sleeping or talking or talking, they will actually kick you right out of the courtroom. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm not sure how strict this particular courtroom will be, but we will find out soon. We probably will hear the instructions that are given. Okay, so Lisa says the last trial that she watched was Colin Gray murder trial. Okay, very good. Thank you, thank you. When we do get a break, we'll also look at what's happening in Iran in regards to the president. It seems that he's pulled back the explosives for now, that he may not be dropping any. As we know, what the warning was given over the last few days, we try not to use those words on YouTube for the sake of the channel. But he says that there has been good talks between America and Iran. So what does that mean? Maybe we will avoid having some major strikes, because we heard that Iran was looking to counter strike and hit places that essentially had nothing to do with this war or this conflict, whichever way you want to frame it. No worries, Lisa. It's all good. No worries at all. I'm not sure if that word, the M word, I'm not sure if that's in violation. I think the K word, though, they'll definitely get you for that one, though. Okay, good morning to you, Connie. Nice to see you here. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Good morning. All right, you came over from JLR. Okay, thank you very much. JLR is definitely covering these cases at a high level. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody, we have to welcome in Connie. Thanks for coming over. Good morning, Jalen. Good morning. Thanks for coming over to support. I really do appreciate that. We're going to have a good day together. Jeff Springer, welcome back from last night. Jeff, it's always good to see you. What a great supporter you are. Yeah, I think JLR Anderson said that he would not be covering because he had to do an airport run or something like that. But thank you guys for coming over. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you. Okay, so yes, Jeff, this is Kelsey Fitzsimmons, an officer. This involves a lot of police officers, so it should be quite the trial to watch. It should have a lot of turns and moves to keep you from falling asleep today. right? Sometimes we're sitting in court all day, you get sleepy, it gets to be quite boring. But I think this particular case is going to keep everybody rolling. Full steam ahead. There's a lot of moving parts. The beautiful thing is, imagine, guys, I attended Sean Diddy Combs' trial every day for 9 long weeks, including jury selection. So imagine every day commuting, going to court, sitting there all day long, having a few breaks here and there and a lunch break. But today, it looks like we may have a 1 or 2 day trial, maybe 3 at the most. There's no jury, so the judge gets to make all the shots. Oh my, look at that. We have a super chat from Rogue. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. Thank you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you for subscribing. Guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you. All right. Curtis says, my favorite broadcast. Oh, man, that really warms my heart. It's good to hear that. That definitely goes a long way when we live stream to hear people say things such as that, Curtis. You made my day. Thank you very much. That's right, Lisa. Thanks for the hearts. Thank you so much. Thanks for all you do, Lisa. I really do appreciate that. So, as you guys can see, it takes a lot to get set up for court. But this is the longest that I've seen, typically in New York. If court starts at 9 o'clock, by 9 o'clock, usually we're rolling. At least we hear from, at least the judge is on the bench by 9 o'clock. So for this case, I guess, things are done differently in Massachusetts, right? Okay. Thank you. Lisa says, I appreciate Mel in the chat live stream. All right. Thank you. Thanks for that expression. Connie says, yes, I was sad when you left Tucson, but glad I found you again. All right. Thank you. I had a good time out there in Tucson, a beautiful place, but it was a sad circumstance with Nancy Guthrie. And still, I think we've hit day 50, and still no word from Nancy Guthrie. We will definitely keep covering that case as well. All right, it's going on 9:23, and the judge is not on the bench yet. Not sure what the delay is, but we have to be patient, folks. Looks like we might be getting closer, though. I've covered quite a few of these particular trials. Donald Trump, he received 34 felonies. I was in the courtroom with Donald Trump. Each day he would walk right past me. I mean, right past me. We could reach out and touch hands, shake hands. So I would tell you one thing. He looked a lot different in person than he does on television. He seemed to, most of the day, he slept through court. And he didn't seem like he was too worried, but he seemed like he was just frustrated to be in court. His case went on for quite some time, too. And there was a lot of people. Typically with these major cases, if you want to get in, you have to either stay out there all night long, or you could hire a line sitter to hold your spot, and then you show up the next morning. I did that for 9 weeks with Sean Diddy Combs' trial. Can you imagine that? I did it for a couple of weeks for the president. Also, Nicolas Maduro. That's one that's going to be on Thursday. You'll definitely have to have a line sitter for that case. Luigi Mangione has a whole fan club. So when I cover his case, often I have to get a line sitter for that case too. In fact, he has about a good 50 to 60 people that show up every day solid. And sometimes they rotate because in most cases, they'll only allow maybe 15 people from the public and then maybe another 25 from the press. So it's not easy to get into some of these cases. But if it is a high profile case, believe you me, you're going to pay at least $200 to $300, sometimes $500 a night just to have someone wait for you. And they do have professional agencies here in New York. They're called line sitters. So they'll sit for an opera show, Broadway show. They'll wait in line for just about anything. If you want to go buy some Michael Jordans, you know how those kids wait out in line for Michael Jordan sneakers. They'll wait in line for that too. Even through the coldest of the winter nights, you'll see them out there with tents. Some of them have their makeshift heating systems and so forth. So it's definitely not something to take lightly to just cover these cases. So it's nice that this one is being live streamed. Okay, Rogue says, I have missed seeing you this week. I had surgery and was in the hospital. Oh my, hope you're feeling better. Glad to be home and watching my favorite YouTuber. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're feeling better after your surgery. I know that's not easy. Anderson says this trial should be very interesting. Massachusetts has a serious corruption problem. Seems like it, and today we're going to actually find out about this. I think this case is going to shed some light on that. That's right, Lisa. Lisa says, poor Nancy. Nancy is going through so much. A lot of people are now starting to say they don't think she's still among the living. You can only imagine what her kids are going through. Mashona says, please hit the like button, okay, and tap the hearts. It's a free way to support the channel. It also helps to push out the great content to others. Welcome in and thanks for joining. Thank you. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you for the the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Oh, Connie is in Massachusetts. That's amazing. What is the weather like for you there in Massachusetts, Connie? Tell us all about it. Yes, Lisa, trials are very interesting. Yes, St. Martin, Luigi's trial is going to be probably one of the best trials we've had in quite some time. I've been to all of the court dates so far, and believe you me, there's always something exciting happening with this particular case. He has two going. I've been to both. I've been to the state and also the federal. Okay. Anderson says to Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. St. Martin is very expensive to attend these trials, especially the high profile trials. Yes, Rogue, this trial is expected to last one day, maybe two, three at the most, because there's no jury involved. So hopefully it goes rather quickly. Yes, I did cover the Karen Reed trial, Anderson. I did. Thank. Yes, watching the live stream saves a lot of money. Also keeps you from sitting on those hard benches. Welcome in to Hot Darn Elaine. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Connie says, no, laugh off loud. I'm not in Massachusetts. I'm in California. Oh, okay. I think they just said 5 minutes, folks. So hopefully we'll be started soon. Okay, True Court is a fellow New Yorker. Okay, from Buffalo. Wow, that's quite the distance for me, but great to have you. Nice to have New Yorkers. Thank you, Anderson, for becoming a new member. That's awfully kind of you. I'm battling a cold, guys, so you just have to bear with me. Trying to get over this cold. Ever since I came back from Tucson, Arizona, I hadn't been sick in quite some time, but it was cold in the morning, extremely hot at noon. Then by 5 p.m. in Tucson, it was freezing again, at least to me at 5 by 5 p.m. And then I came back to New York to 24, what was it, 24 inches of snow. So that's probably how I came down with this cold that won't let me go. Keeps holding on. Rogue says I grew up in Albany area. Okay. I'm about an hour from Albany. Not that far. Lisa is in Ohio. Ohio. I used to like a group called the Ohio Players. My family had a band and they would play this song called Skin Tight by the Ohio Players. I assume they came from Ohio, but you never know. I have to research that to be accurate. Okay. Rogue says, Yay, Anderson. Love the support of Mel and his channel. All right. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are so amazing. I think we're down to the last minute or two before we get started. It's going to be a long day, but we can do it, guys. We can do it. I do this all the time. So you see the photographers over to the left. That's very common in these cases. Once the judge comes in, they'll come and take their photos to put, you'll see those photos in their local newspaper, and those guys will be long gone. And you see they're snapping photos. For high profile cases like Sean Diddy Combs, they actually have the artists there painting those snapshots. Diddy wasn't happy with some of the photos that they were painting of him. They've also did some weird ones with Luigi Mangione. So, sometimes it seems like they do it on purpose. But when it comes to the artwork and their painting, these individuals, this is all they do. So their artwork, maybe because I often sit behind them, in 15 minutes, they have the whole picture pretty much framed out. And then it's just a matter of filling in the details. Oh, Connie likes the Ohio players too. We might be talking about our age in a way, knowing about the Ohio players, right? Yeah, being in court all the time, you pick up on a lot of the details. They often, court is quite a long process, so all you could do is sit there and observe a lot of times. There's a lot of drama in court. Last time I was in court with Nicolas Maduro, all of a sudden these guys sitting by me jumped up. They used to be prisoners of Nicolas Maduro. And so when they were walking him out, they stood up. And now the court, they advised us not to talk or say anything to Nicolas Maduro or his wife, Celia Flores. You cannot talk to them. But as they were walking him out, these individuals jumped up and says, "Oh, you're going to pay for what you did to the Venezuelan people." And Nicolas Maduro was talking back to them. Then all of a sudden, the court marshals jumped on those guys and took them out of there. Sometimes, it's so amazing. They have a lot of female marshals. And one time I had a guy, I was sitting on the end. This is for Sean Diddy Combs trial. I had a guy sitting right beside me sleeping. And I mean, he was snoring, right? She grabbed him out of his dreams. His eyes were closed. She pulled him up over me, pulled him right up out of there. By the time he woke up, he was already on his feet. So, we see all sorts of things happening. I think it's about to kick off. Maybe not yet. Yeah, so quite a bit happens. There was a protest that happened in the courthouse for Sean Diddy Combs as well. You guys probably saw it in the media, but actually Jacqueline, I know her quite well. She used to do line sitting for me for Sean Diddy Combs, but she stood up in the courthouse and courtroom and started yelling in regards to Diddy, saying how he was being abused by the system, and they basically bum rushed her to take her out as well. So she went viral. All sorts of things happen when you're sitting in court.
Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence, bending before the County of Essex, do I near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this most honorable court. Court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Yes.
This is March 23rd, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for jury waived trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. James Trustee on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marina Moriarty, also for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and with me is my paralegal, Courtney Healy, which I thank you for allowing her to be at counsel table, and my client, Ms. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons. You may have a seat. Folks, before we formally start the trial, I just want to tell our media members and our audience a couple things. First, you probably all know that I issued an order early this morning about what is expected of our audience members and our media here in the courtroom. And I'd like to just emphasize 4 aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as neutral and impartial as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that, just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the Supreme Judicial Court, I'm allowing authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among the media. Next, other than these 3 cameras, no one else is allowed to use a cell phone camera or any electronic device to photograph, record, or transmit any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom, or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members of the media, may photograph or video anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So in other words, out in the hallway and other public areas of the courthouse, do not photograph anyone, videotape, etc., or any of the places. You should treat any orders or requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should at this time check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a courtroom. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right, now, counsel, just wanted to go over a couple of procedural things, expectations, I guess. So with a few exceptions, I think I mentioned this at the last hearing, with a few exceptions other than a pre-charge, I'd like to treat this trial as I would a jury trial. So in other words, using the same process. Which would include openings, closings, obviously, but also a charge conference before I deliberate. If you folks have pre-marked exhibits, I thank you for that. Anytime you do that, that's great. It speeds things up. I'd like to have an opportunity to quickly look at the exhibit before it's either displayed in open court or handed to the witness, just so I can familiarize myself. Don't assume I've seen anything because I haven't. Let's try to keep our sidebars to a minimum if we can. I'd like to have Ms. Fitzsimmons at each sidebar. Would would be great. And also you should know that at the end of the trial, after I deliberate, I intend to announce a public verdict. I intend to explain my reasons for the verdict. I intend to have a transcript of my reasons generated and filed in our public record. All right. With that, any preliminary matters that you folks want to go over? No?
I have some preliminary matters.
Okay. Oh, and you know what? And there's one of them may be paper. There was a motion for review, and I don't know if I still have it, but paper 88 maybe? Yep. Okay, so on the motion for review, I'm going to take no action for now. I want to hear the evidence. I want to see the evidence, the Commonwealth didn't request one. I don't know if the Commonwealth will be objecting, but let me just see as the evidence comes in and whether I think it's necessary. All right.
That's exactly my suggestion. That's
Okay.
what I was going to say, Your Honor. So that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And what else, Mr. Brado?
Yes, Your Honor. The sequestration order.
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's several folks in here that are on the witness list. And there's also something I took note of, which is that there's several close family members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. So I would ask the court to issue a order in open court to those people. You don't need to single anyone out, of course, but I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that you cannot be a conduit to a witness and deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal sequestration orders, but why don't I do this, given that it's been raised by the defense? I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up being called to testify, you should know that I have issued what's called the sequestration order. And what's most, I guess, pertinent for you to know is that you may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness with anyone else on the witness list at all. All right. So get to know who's on the witness list, and you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps broad enough because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Brado heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Brado?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Brado?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett did an investigation into the propriety of the actions of Officer Noonan, a witness in the case, and the person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements of witnesses that were the product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did, asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
Can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying, so this outside entity, private entity, CIC,
yes, sir.
conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay. And you're saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes.
You have that.
I do, and it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements.
Okay.
Which I don't have.
All right, so that's the issue. You're saying
Right.
that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those statements. That's what you're looking for.
Correct. The actual real statements, and there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Noonan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it. But we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements, those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police, because they bought the statements. They own the statements. They have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
All right, so Mr. Brado, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe that these?
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript is my guess, but they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Mr. Brado, it seems to me that this is a Rule 17 issue. I can't, I can't just order a third party, which this would be, because again, the Commonwealth is required to turn over statements and information that's in their possession, custody, and control. We all know what that means. Members of the prosecution team. The North Andover Police Department doing some kind of external investigation does not make them members of the prosecution team under our law. So for you to get those, you would need to follow the Rule 17 requirements.
It just seems to be, Judge, that the chief of police who retains and controls the investigation, he was literally present at the scene of this incident. He's a part of the prosecution team. And so he's the one that controls the report. And for him to put on blinders and say, oh, we don't have that. No, that's not the standard. Is do you have it or not? The standard is it in your possession, custody, or control? And it is. And so he was literally at the scene. So he's the guy who's the decision maker. So I don't see how this is a third-party issue. It's really just something that is so germane to the right to a fair trial that the police department in the very case, and the guy that makes the decision is the one who's a recipient witness, is saying, putting on both hats, and now he's saying, oh, administratively, oh, I don't have that.
When were you provided the 80-page report? When was it produced?
I don't recall, Judge. At some point in discovery, I don't.
When was it produced?
Not like last week or anything.
Months ago.
Months ago? Okay. Why are you waiting until 9 o'clock on the morning of trial to raise this? You folks were before me for the very purpose of me weighing in on Rule 17 motions, not a peep from you. Why not?
Because I thought we were going to get it. I asked for it last week, and maybe even before that. And, I got the answer that, oh, they don't have it. So.
Commonwealth?
It's an independent report. I called the chief at council's request and asked them what they got from Attorney Bennett. They said they got the report. I asked if they had any reporting statements, transcripts, and the chief told me no.
Okay. So what I would suggest at this point, Mr. Bradel, is you issue a summons under Rule 17. I mean, it really, at this point, I don't know.
I think it's a trial. I'm sorry to talk over you.
No, just hold on one second. Let me just finish my thought. Maybe Rule 17 isn't the right vehicle. Maybe just a summons, a subpoena, which then the police department can report whether they, if they don't have them, they could seek to quash or something. But because it seems to me that we're beyond Rule 17.
Yes.
So that's what I would suggest doing. I'd suggest getting that out ASAP. As I said, I like this trial. In a perfect world, the trial and the verdict to be done this week. We don't live in a perfect world. I'm aware of that. So if things come up, we'll do the best that we can. All right. Anything else, Mr. Bradel?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. So like any trial, we're going to start with opening statements.
Can I send the defendant to the bar, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that part.
That's
Yes,
okay.
of course.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. ADA Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth. Does the Commonwealth move for trial?
The Commonwealth moved for trial.
Attorney Bradel on behalf of the defendant. Does the defendant answer ready for trial?
Ready for trial, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? You are now set to the bar to be tried before the Honorable Justice Jeff Karp, Justice of the Lawrence Superior Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now proceed with opening statements. The Commonwealth will go first because they have the burden. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the witnesses be ordered to exit the room for the opening statements, please.
Okay. Yes, I thought that the sequestration order was that part of the sequestration order was that witnesses wouldn't be in the present during courtroom proceedings. Is that not the case? Is that not what I ordered?
That's what I asked for, and that's what you ordered, and that's what I expect. And I don't know why these people are sitting here.
Okay. So any objection?
No?
Okay. So members of the audience, if you are on the witness list, if you have been told that you've been identified as a possible witness at this trial, you must leave the courtroom. And remember my order about what I called a sequestration order. Thank you very much. There may come a time where I need to make exceptions to that rule, counsel. And you'll let me know when those exceptions are needed.
Thank you.
We'll just give everyone a moment to filter in and out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradel, are you content? Do you want to take a
Yes.
look around?
I believe that.
More people came in, so.
Yes, no, I know those folks. That's no problem.
So I'll just say it again, folks that just came into the courtroom, if you've been told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom during these proceedings. All right? Unless you're told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Noonan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. With specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations, barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department. And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, he was a detective, had his specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daley, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Noonan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Elaine, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Elaine came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court. Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Noonan to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officer, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them. And she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Elaine at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtroom. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that. So the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Elaine. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left, is the baby's room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door in the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. They're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom, And Mr. Alain comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me. Because she's upset with Mr. Alain. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Alain, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement. Because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home. He lives in Stowe, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly's down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs in the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Alain's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house. Officer Noonan is standing on the landing watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Noonan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click.
I'm sorry.
It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire. Officer Noonan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it. She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tap rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it. She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noonan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. Kelsey, don't do it. She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it, puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat. That is eventually collected by Officer Poor, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I would suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed when her fiance, Justin Elaine, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden in an ex parte fashion. The North Andover police had to serve that order. And in the late afternoon of the 30th, 3 male officers, Lieutenant Daly, Officers Noonan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms, and give the baby to Mr. Elaine. And that day, Your Honor, Kelsey stood in her house in humiliation in front of her police colleagues and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. She decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another location in the home. She's told that she needs to pack a bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Noonan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and books and thereabouts, and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's evidence of her state of mind, that she has no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason to, and her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself because her life's over in her mind. So at that point, Your Honor, her apparently what was later learned to be her mom comes in the house, and she's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away a baby from their mother? That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Noonan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. Pretty simple layout. Noonan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's room where she got some stuff across the landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when I don't say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here, and Houston goes downstairs. Noonan, in a moment after Houston went downstairs, Noonan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Noonan. I told you about Houston. Noonan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Noonan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Noonan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor. So I don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence. The evidence will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Noonan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to no other. And we've discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed as it relates to, or doesn't relate to, Noonan's state of mind, Your Honor, that he's, as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer, as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor. Getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Noonan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face, and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face. The evidence here, Judge, will show that he was trying to tell her not to kill herself. The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting. How do we know this even more so? Besides the lack of motive and the utterances that he made. We know because of the location of the firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daly will tell you that she's on her back. The gun was under her leg. If Miss Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Noonan, and falls backwards, how does that gun swing around to get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Noonan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics. It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun to their temple, so it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So the location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened. Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away. Hits the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action. That's panic. So Daly comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive, what makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful. Anything that's doubtful is obviously not consistent with what the Commonwealth wants to have happen here. It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence. Only 2 people were in that room. There were no body cameras. The police never interviewed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They circled the wagons immediately, right at the scene. You'll see everybody treating Noonan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Noonan. And everybody wants to defend Noonan in this situation. And no one even took a minute to think about whether Kelsey may have a different take on things, may have something different to say. Why? Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Noonan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer, no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never point a firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case. And I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daly, please.
Sean Daly. Sean Daly. So first things first, why don't you swear the witness? We may need to, swear the witness in the law.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Excellent.
Good. Folks, can you, I just need to speak with our assistant chief for a moment.
Guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you. Also, if you could hit the hearts when you can, thanks.
May I see you at Sidebar and this Fitzsimmons as well? Thank you.
The claim is she had postpartum depression. That's why she had these issues, allegedly. The judge said that they hope that this case is done by the end of the week. Hopefully, it's much sooner than that, right? It's not a whole lot of people involved, so hopefully they can wrap this up. There's no jury involved. Sometimes you're going to hear the judge say, or the attorney say, sidebar. That means they want to have a consultation with the judge over in the corner. Especially sometimes when it gets heated in the courtroom, they'll request a sidebar. All of these cases start off with opening arguments, and also they close with closing arguments. That's their way of trying to establish the points about the case and really set the defendant in a position to win most of the time. At least that's what they're trying to do. Typically, every 2 hours, there's a 10-minute break, and around lunchtime, there'll be an hour break. So, just giving you guys something to look forward to. Typically, court ends around 5, but it could go later. Hopefully, it's 5, no later.
All right, folks, in our audience, folks that are listening on our live feed, it's come to my attention, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything because we're all making our way through this trial, trying to figure out the rules of the trial. My understanding is that these proceedings are being so-called live streamed, and obviously, or maybe not obvious, we also have a public phone line open that's court sanctioned that is broadcasting the audio of the trial. I want folks to know that those folks that are on the witness list may not watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, or listen to our court sanctioned open telephone line of any of the court proceedings. The whole point of removing those folks from the courtroom is so that their testimony will be their own testimony, their own memory, and not that of other witnesses. All right, so I've instructed both sides to tell the folks that are here on their side of the witness list that they are not to watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, while it is going on, listen to our open phone line. That also means that at the end of the day today, they're also, until they testify, they're also not to listen or watch any rebroadcast of those things. Again, we want a transparent, impartial, open trial that where folks are testifying based on their own memories. Okay? Thank you. And Commonwealth, you may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name's Sean Daly, Seandaley.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your career path at North Andover?
Yeah, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I filled in as the SRO at the school for about a year and a half. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, I was assigned to drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016 and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Justin, a alien, and his sister came into the station, into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay. And did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiance at the time.
Okay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant. Okay. And so what was her role as as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024, not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025, she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
According to the CJIS printout when we ran her prior to going over to serving it, I believe there were 2 other firearms that showed up.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the basic procedure of what a restraining order is and what you do as a police officer when you get a copy to serve?
A 209A order it's a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's, in imminent fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And a judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, how did you guys get it? How did the PD get it? Do you remember?
It comes through our email to the OIC at NAPD.us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Comes through
Our email system through the courts. The court sends it to, I believe every police department's like that now.
Okay.
You use some letters to the
OIC at NAPD.us. Short for officer in charge.
officer in charge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And all the supervisors get it.
Okay. So you got it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Fitzsimmons had a small child?
Yes.
Were you able to review the contents of the restraining order itself? Not the affidavit, but what the court ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the court ordering?
She was to have no contact with Justin, the alien, or the child. She couldn't go within 100 yards of the residence in another town, I believe where his parents live. She had to surrender her firearms license to carry. Could have no contact with him.
As a result of getting that order, were you yourself going to serve it?
Yes.
Were you going to bring anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a decision as to who to bring?
Yes.
Why?
Based on their experiences, the way they've performed in the past, they're both calm, cool, and collected. And they've demonstrated that throughout their careers.
Okay, and who are we talking about?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
What did you do to get in contact with them?
I called Tim Houston on the phone. I asked him to drive by Kelsey Fitzsimmons' residence to see if the vehicle was there. He drove by, the vehicle was parked away from the house by the Atkinson School over in the corner of the parking lot. He saw the car, and then I asked him to call Pat Noonan or get in touch with Pat Noonan, and I would meet them over at the Early Childhood Center. From that point, you could still see her car where he was situated, but she wouldn't have been able to see the cruisers.
Okay, and so you did that.
Yes,
Did you make your way over to the meetup spot?
I did.
And who was there when you got there?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
Did you formulate a plan as to how you were going to serve the order?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So I explained the order to both of them, let them know exactly what we were there to do. Explained that we had to deal with the custody of the child or the exchange also, and that she had firearms in the house. We were going to have to seize those.
Did you make a plan with Justin Alayan concerning the child?
Yes.
What was that?
I took his phone number. Before I left, I told him to stay in the lobby of the police department until I called him. When I called him, he'd come over to pick up the child.
Did you make your way over to the residence?
Yes.
And what was that address? Do you remember?
No.
No problem. How did you get there?
It's Phillips Brooks Road. I'm not sure of the number.
Was it 125 maybe?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I'm sorry, what road?
Phillips Brooks?
Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you.
How did you get there from where you originally met up with Noonan and Houston?
We drove.
Okay. Where'd you park?
We parked in the school parking lot, which if you were looking at her house, it would be over on like the right side of the house. There's some trees and fencing there. We parked right over there.
And did you walk over?
We did.
All three of you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you got to the house.
We walked up to the house. I believe I rang the bell and I knocked on the door, and she came out holding the baby.
And when you say she?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons came out holding the baby.
And so can you tell us about your initial interaction with her?
Kelsey opened the door. I told her that we had paid like documentation for her, and if we could come in, and she let us come in.
Did you tell her what the documentation was originally?
At the door?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So where did you go in the house?
So when you walk in that door, it's like an enclosed front porch area. We walked into there, then the front door, the main part of the house is there. We entered that, like if you go to the left there, it's like a living room. We went into that room.
Okay. Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes. So I asked her to put the baby in, there was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to put the child down?
Justin had told us that he had concerns. Justin, the alien, told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her, that Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay. And did you explain the orders that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him. Couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living. It was in.
Yeah, whatever. Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I just said we were taking your guns?
Yep.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was on it was, I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Okay. Did she respond to that at all when you said that?
No.
Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes.
She has?
Yes.
Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over to pick up the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry, repeat it?
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have she said, like, she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called her mother on her cell phone.
What happened next?
Sorry to interrupt, no, excuse me, just, Ms. Fitzsimmons is the defendant here, and she cannot see the witness. Can she kind of move her over here, Judge?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want her to be able to see.
Yeah, of course, no, absolutely. We can move, and if maybe you folks slide down a little bit. Is it because of the angle or is
The
it because of the
computers.
screen?
The computers.
Oh, the computers, okay. So Ms. Fitzsimmons, it's important that you and all counsel are able to see everything, okay? Thank you. Can you see? Can't see, you may have to sit 2 rows back there. I don't think that there's much that we can do about it. Maybe you can move the table up or something.
They're trying to resituate the defendant so she could see the witness, I believe.
Okay, counsel, you all set? Everyone set in the back row? Okay. Hold on one second. Ms. Moriarty, can you?
That's right, Lisa. Musical chairs.
Thank you.
So what happened next? She called her mother.
She called her mother.
Okay.
Yep.
Did she ask if she could gather anything for the baby?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about that.
She asked if she could get some items for the baby. So the baby started getting fussy in like the bouncy chair. Officer Newton ended up holding the baby for a little bit. And Tim Houston and I went around with Ms. Fitzsimmons into the kitchen first. She opened some drawers. There were some like jars and formula bottles, whatnot, that she was grabbing and putting in a bag. And then we came around. She went upstairs to the bedroom where the shooting occurred. I was with her. She walked in, looked around. We walked back out, went back down the stairs, and then she went into the room. If you're looking at the house, it'd be the room on the right. It had like storage shelves along the wall. There were some diapers and other things like that she grabbed.
Okay. Why did you escort her around?
Because it's serving an order like that, you don't let anyone, we control the house, we control movements.
Okay. So you wouldn't let her be in a room by herself?
No.
Or out of your sight?
Correct.
Okay. What were you looking for as she was walking around the house?
Any potential weapons.
So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right, if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house, and her mother showed up right around that point.
Who had the baby when her mother showed up? Do you remember?
Officer Houston had the baby when her mother showed up.
Was there a handoff at that point?
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah, the mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order, and the statement was made that we were taking her baby, and I told her we're not taking your baby. Justin is, and she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Elaine arrive?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Elaine arrived with his sister. They came in the house. Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend, he had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him,
Okay.
or give them to him.
So he had left the house. The sister, excuse me. Do you know her name to be Courtney Alien?
Yes,
Elaine, excuse me. And she took the baby outside.
yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things, including a suitcase in the basement.
Okay, and did he go down the basement?
He did.
After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Noonan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, at some point, did Officer Houston come down?
He did.
And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there because we didn't want them interacting. So Officer Houston was going to hold Justin the alien at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen. And
Okay, and Officer Noonan is still upstairs overseeing the defendant?
yes,
What happened next?
maybe a minute later, I'm down in the family room with Kelsey's mother and the child. They're over by the couch. She's holding the baby. I'm standing right basically on the wall of where if you pivoted around the stairs would be to go upstairs, and the front door opens kind of funny. So I was just standing there waiting, and then I heard Officer Noonan.
Was the baby still in the house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
The baby was
Yes.
gone at that point. Okay, so how close are you?
So Kelsey's mother is still downstairs in the living room or family room with me. She's over by the couch, and I was standing by the wall,
By the wall near the
closest to the staircase to go up the stairs.
Okay, did you ever hear Officer Noonan or anybody else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
What happened? I heard Officer Noonan call out in like a loud, authoritative voice, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey."
Okay, and what happened after?
Hold on one sec, so I can catch up, please. All set, thank you.
Did you hear anything after that?
Gunshots.
How many of you remember?
2.
Coming from upstairs?
Yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Noonan call out, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey," I pivoted, looked up the stairs, and started running up the stairs.
When did you hear the gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Noonan, was he at the top of the landing?
It was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured.
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see the gun was, she had a firearm down by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed, between her and the bed, and then we started dealing with it, like rendering it.
Where was Officer Noonan at this point?
In the bedroom.
Did you have your gun out?
No.
Did he have his gun out?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the gun on the bed?
The gun on the bed, at some point when I was trying to wrap gauze around her, Officer Noonan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
Sorry, Officer who?
Noonan handed it to Officer Core, C-O-R-R.
Did you, can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yeah, so she had a gunshot wound to her chest or between the abdomen and the chest, like right below like the breastplate. And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need medics or something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
Fire personnel arrived?
Yes,
They take her away?
they did.
Okay. What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What happened with the gun? If you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had next to her when you walked into the room? Do you know where that ended up?
Yeah, so if you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was like a gun safe on the floor right there. And Officer Core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to, things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question, did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so.
You can rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Brado, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike anything?
I am moving to strike and asking for a rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What Core?
What Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Brayden. I'll look out for it.
Thank you very much, Your
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said
Okay.
earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been,
Pre-marked.
they've been pre-marked? Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive and an envelope. So the
I'm sorry,
next-
I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive and
Yeah.
an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay,
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
Those are agreed to.
Okay. All right, so, no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for
Well,
now.
that's
Thank
why I
you.
asked.
Thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes,
What's that?
that's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, even though there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house, I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to your honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the house.
Yeah, Coach, you,
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Thank you. Okay, I get it. So do you want to take another look?
Oh, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
and that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes,
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Did you recognize that?
Yes, that's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come in the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same.
stairs going up?
Yeah, stairs in there, yeah.
Can I'm sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize?
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes,
What stairs are those?
those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'll show you exhibit number 13. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left,
Yes,
do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
So right here?
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
Just a different angle.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense? Or-
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct. Same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you
I'm
just?
sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen.
Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, like a cabinet that she'd opened. There were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe
And
formula.
that's exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As the kitchen. Yeah, part of the kitchen. Just different angle.
I'm gonna display, to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to the, in the photo, to the left of the photo is that, the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
No,
Would that be the stairs down, going down to the basement?
potentially, yeah.
Okay, I'll take that.
Sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes.
What room is that?
It's
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
it's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house. in a circle.
Yeah.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see. Thank you.
Exhibit 37. Can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs, looking straight on.
And here said there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Gubitosi, do you mind, on exhibit 38, I had trouble picking up what that was.
Sure.
Could you just ask him again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase, I guess you'd call it a hallway in between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room,
Different angle.
different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay, thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is? Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way
Sure.
just a little bit. It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room.
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner. You can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left.
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
Furthest from the door, so
over here?
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way?
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left, that you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph, or her left?
No, I'm sorry, our left is, we're looking at the photograph. So it would be her right if her head was towards the air conditioner.
May I ask the witness to get that down on the purchase screen?
Yes.
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here. Like if my hand was the body, it was kind of laid like this. Her head was right over in here. Her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg. She was laying on her back. It was somewhere right in here. But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in. Right. It'd be like the bottom of the screen
Okay.
or the
And
bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were attending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, we were, well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything
Well,
else?
actually, yeah. I mean, we were both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs, and I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion to strike.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you, after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
And counsel?
I would object, Your
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation, but if it qualifies, I'll.
Now, you say that it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him and he said something to you, correct?
Yes.
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
Yes.
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you talked to him at the station.
Yeah, definitely.
And how so?
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed and a little bit trying to process what just happened, bewildered.
Sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor, what was his emotional state, etc.
So I wouldn't say he wasn't emotional. He appeared shaken a bit.
I'd redo my request, Your Honor.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Miss Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what, this sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right, so we will stand in recess, say, for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone? Okay. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Court stands in a 15-minute recess. Please exit quietly. Be seated.
Okay, guys, we have a 15-minute recess. What are you guys thinking so far, for those of you that are remaining?
Oh, right. Paper airplane. No, I know. It's
We've
cool.
only heard
I can
from
save stuff.
one officer, but how is it looking so far? Still confusing, or is this case starting to take on some sort of shape for you? Okay, very good. Let's see here. We have quite a few people that have come in. Let's see. Some people, well, Lisa is saying maybe she was trying to have the officer take her out. That's a good concept in regards to this case. What do you guys think in regards to that? It's okay. I'm gonna refrain from saying the word because it's not YouTube friendly. We have pretty things in the building. Okay, I'm having a hard time following this case. I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay, we're gonna try to take a look at this case while we're on our little intermission. So I think it'll become clear to you in 1 minute. Let me mute this out. This is still playing in the background. We'll leave it a little bit. Okay, Jeff says it's hard to tell yet. Okay, I understand that. I really do. I get it. Okay, let's see. Guys, keep putting your comments in. I'm going to try to find. I'm going to give you guys a little background on this case. Just give me 1 second here. I know last week we actually went through it, but we're going to see if we can get a summary on this case here. Let's see. On the summary here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS.
Trump posting. Trump posting to Truth Social just moments ago, quote, I am pleased to report that the U.S. and Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East.
Whoa. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey, does that catch you by surprise?
Absolutely. This is a major development. President Trump taking to Truth Social, not only to say there are very good and productive conversations taking place between the United States and Iran, but he goes on to say he's ordered the Department of War to postpone for at least 5 days strikes against Iran's energy and power infrastructure. This comes after the president issued that ultimatum over the weekend about opening the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have any additional information at this point into the president's thinking about this, but this is a president who has applied immense pressure on the Iranian regime through thousands of airstrikes over the past 3 weeks. And this, again, is a president who in the past has indicated he prefers a diplomatic option when one is available. The images you see here are Iranian ballistic missiles soaring through the skies of Israel over the weekend. There were dozens of attacks that took place, the Israelis striking back against Iran's storage facilities for these missiles, going after many of not only the production lines, but where they keep these missiles and launchers. We understand they've been quite successful in those strikes, although the Iranians are still able to get off much of the incoming missile fire here to Israel. In the city of Arad over the weekend, we visited there yesterday, more than 100 people were wounded in a single Iranian ballistic missile attack. But while the focus was there in the south of Israel, regional focus also on the Strait of Hormuz, where President Trump referenced over the weekend the possibility of conducting additional strikes that appear now to be off the table, at least for 5 days. I asked Israel.
Can you guys hear this okay? Tell me if you can hear it in the comments section.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about that post.
President Trump said that if in 48 hours the Iranians don't open the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be strikes against the power grids in Iran. Will you participate in those strikes, and what do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whatever we do together, and as far as possible in confidence.
So again, the president just breaking some news this morning saying that there will be a 5-day delay to any strikes on Iran's power and energy infrastructure. The Israelis not just looking to the east, but also north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. You can see some of the exchanges of fire there in southern Israel. As a top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this about the length of the campaign.
The citizens of Israel, more weeks of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah are expected for us. With each passing day, we are weakening the terror regime more and more. We will not allow the terror regime and its proxies to constitute a threat against Israeli citizens and against the existence of the State of Israel.
Again, though, the headline today, President Trump saying in a post on Truth Social just minutes ago that the United States and Iran have had very good and productive conversations over the past 2 days. And again, President Trump is ordering the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to delay any strikes against Iran's power or energy infrastructure for at least 5 days. Guys?
So we're still waiting, Trey, on any response from the Iranians, because the foreign minister yesterday said, I'm not interested in talking to the U.S. He usually is the spokesperson that does the American shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you have two relatively moderate voices within the Iranian regime that are still alive, the foreign minister and also Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. Many of the hardliner Shia clerics have been taken out in Israeli and American strikes over the past 3 weeks. But there still is this underlying message that we have seen from the IRGC and other officials in Iran that they want to continue the fight. And so we'll have to do some reporting to determine currently what the situation looks like at what appears to be a negotiating table and whether or not the Iranians are serious about creating and referencing a deal with the United States.
Ainsley, I know you're going to read that full statement, but I want to ask Trey, because you just talked about a lot of the leadership. They're gone. They're dead. Generals, foreign minister. The foreign minister is still alive. But who's the point person now? Who's the United States communicating with? Do we know that yet?
It's a great question, and we don't know that. There are a number of people who could communicate on behalf of the Iranian regime, but again, these are considered more moderate voices. And while the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, and others have the ability and
So, guys, yesterday, remember I told you that Donald Trump was going to change course a bit and probably give them some time because we were coming down to the fire. And typically the president uses strategies for negotiation. But yesterday I was right. I felt like he would change course. He came back today, not necessarily change course. Let me make it very clear. But he came back and said, oh, we had some good talks with Iran, and now things are halted a bit for 5 days. So
in the past have communicated with members of the Trump administration. Right now, we don't know who is actually leading any sort of negotiation that's taking place. According to reports, it is not Iran's current supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who is believed to
For those of you that are just coming in, we're on a intermission break, 15 minutes for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I'm going to show you guys a quick update on the case just to give you an idea, some history on it after we finish this update in regards to Iran.
be gravely injured as a result of an Israeli strike in the opening hours of this campaign. As this is all continuing, though, the thing to look at here is a de-escalation ladder. We have seen over the past several days the Iranians continuing attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. And if they are serious about creating and adhering to a deal with the
And guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you. Somebody's been really hitting the hearts, and I really appreciate it. It's very heartfelt.
United States, you can imagine President Trump and the administration will want some assurances from the Iranian regime that they're not going to continue launching ballistic missiles and drones at U.S. allies and forces across the region.
Okay, Trey, thank you so much. Valuable information this morning. Let me read the full Truth Social that the president just released. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these detailed and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for 5 days, for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions.
So Pezeshkian, the president, has urged India to be an arbiter between us and them, because
Well, the president has a
India's
great-
saying, hey, can I use the Strait? And there was a report yesterday, yeah, you can use the Strait for $2 million. That's not good. You cannot, no, by the end of this conflict, Iran can no longer have control of that strait. So whatever that needs to be done, that's got to be truly international waters, or else we're going to be back again as soon as we find them doing their nuclear program, we find them making intercontinental ballistic missiles, we come down on them in 3 months, they come out and say, hey, well, the strait has been mined. This all has to be resolved. I think the best thing to happen to...
Put a 1 in the chat if you think Donald Trump, the President Trump will actually be the one that waver, or put a 2 if you think it's going to be Iran that backs down. Let's see what everybody has to say about this. Thank you very much.
Our case for this battle was that intermediate range missile that went 2,500 miles to Diego Garcia, because it's saying Europe, I've been telling you they're building this. You've not been listening to us. You think it's our problem that we're created, or we're being overzealous, so you wanted to talk. What happened? We talked. They weaponized uranium. We talked, and they made intermediate range missiles en route to doing an intercontinental range missiles. Everything they've been accused of, they've been proven.
The irony, though, we asked the UK for us to refuel Ainsley, our B-2 bombers there, and they said no. They said no. And they try to attack the base. Now, thankfully, we were able to intercept those missiles.
That's a U.S.-UK military base. It's in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It's 2,000 miles off of the Iranian coast. But this is very promising.
All right, everybody feels like it's going to be the president that folds. In the words of Pretty Things, chicken out. Oh my, oh my. I don't think this is going to stop anytime soon, because Iran is fighting a religious war, and the president of the United States has to show strength. So it's not like either one of them can actually back away from this.
We don't know who he's dealing with. You heard Trey say that. We don't know who he's talking to, or who Steve and Jared are talking to.
Welcome in, Amanda from JLR. Thank you.
To Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. But they are doing deals. This is great news for 5 days, because he was saying tonight, at the end of the night, if the strait was not open, he gave them the warning.
So he changed course on it. Hopefully we can get a market back, get prices back to a reasonable amount, and gas back down. But it don't look good, folks. But we do remain hopeful. Let's we have a few more minutes before court starts back up. I want to show you guys a little bit in regards to Kelsey, in regards to her dealing with the judge in this case. I think she had some sort of accusation in regards to the judge. We're going to take a quick look at it. Thank you guys so much.
Attorneys for a former police officer accused of threatening fellow officers have filed a motion asking a judge to recuse herself from the case. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is charged with a single count of assault with a dangerous weapon after allegedly pointing a gun at a colleague. Now, she said she was suffering from postpartum depression and raised the gun to hurt herself and not to threaten anyone else. Fitzsimmons' defense questions why Judge Kathleen McCarthy Newman has assigned herself to the case, speculating on relationship with the alleged victim, given the shared last name of McCarthy. Okay, CK, start with this one.
First of all, I want to underscore that postpartum depression is real. So if that is a defense, if that's indeed what happened. But it's easy to find out whether there's a familiar relationship, whether the judge was related. You see, that situation makes no sense to me.
It does seem strange that, they're saying, or from the reports we're reading, the judge has taken an interest in this one and why this is happening. I have no idea, but it's an interesting one to follow. Daryl, what is your opinion on this?
I think it's interesting to follow. Probably the judge should not be recused, but likely she will recuse herself because there's no reason for her to keep.
Well, guys, Capello says it's the women. It's the women. What do you guys have to say about that?
Keep the case. If there's any smidgen of impropriety, let the case go on, and if she's convicted, it'll happen.
Yeah, but what impropriety? I don't see the impropriety having the same last name.
Oh, we have our attorney in the building. James, welcome in. Nice to have you here. We're covering this case. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. All right.
If you're not related, what's the impropriety?
I agree, but just in case, less is more.
Yeah, just in case. I mean, a lot of people can have the same last name.
Yeah, they can.
But if there is some relationship, they could find out, and then yes, she should recuse herself.
I think she'll recuse herself regardless, just because why have adverse publicity? And there will always be those questions. Why, especially if there's a conviction, why didn't you recuse yourself? She should have another piece for appeal.
David, what's your take on this one?
I'm with Daryl on this one.
Welcome, Julie. Welcome in.
Look, judges don't want to work as it is. So if I was the judge, yeah, okay, recuse myself. Great. Let another judge take it. There's plenty of other judges in this building. Look, if there's any type of impropriety, even if
Capello, you better run while you can. The ladies are on your neck right now.
there really isn't, but there's an appearance of it, you have to do that. You have to recuse yourself. And in this situation, look, there could be an appeal if it doesn't happen. So I think she should appeal, or she should recuse herself and go on her separate way.
Well, see, I got to disagree. Appearance of impropriety, it happens all the time. If that were the case, then judges would all.
You guys remember that game Mario Brothers, or back in the day, years ago, they used to have a boss at the end of the game. Pretty Tings is that boss. She's the final one that's there to destroy you. And she does a good job at it.
All have to recuse themselves of cases, especially in a small community.
Au contraire.
You don't think so?
We had the guy come on the other day talking about the child support. I think his name was Andrew. Oh, my Pretty Tings. Woo. She tore him apart.
No, this one, there's a little more publicity on this one.
There
It's
seems to be
trying
something
safe
to
and
this.
sorry.
Maybe there's something I'm missing. But based on what we know now, if there's something I'm missing, I will agree with the gentleman. But based on the evidence that we know and the information that we have now, there's no reason for her to recuse herself.
Calling us gentleman was very kind, and we
That was
appreciate
kind.
it. But
this case is exciting, though. I mean, I'm not getting bored at all. I mean, it's not like sitting through hearing this case. It's short and sweet, and I really like it. I'm glad we're able to cover this together, folks. Yes, indeed.
having said that,
I'm going to try to get in this one last video in regards to what's happening. Did you guys hear that Israel is being torn apart? My heavens, they're dropping explosives. It's raining out of the sky. But let's check out what's happening in regards to Israel.
The clock is ticking on President Trump's 48-hour ultimatum he issued to Iran.
And guys, keep in mind, we're covering this case, but I'm also tying in other news and information. It's a lot to do, but I'm trying my best here. It's not as smooth as I usually try to present it, but hey, we're hearing about what's happening in the world.
Warning last night that the U.S. will strike its power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Let's check back in with Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin live in Tel Aviv. Mike, we're hearing that missiles are approaching Israel right now. What do you got for us?
What's up, Jersey girl?
We should start hearing the sirens in about 2 minutes now. The way the alerts are going right now, everything from the north to the south of Tel Aviv is under watch right now, the eastern section of Tel Aviv in particular. So when we hear the sirens start coming, usually what we get out of Iran these days are the...
Okay, guys, I want to make sure we get all the legal information we can. James says, and he's the attorney on deck, he says what people got to understand is that the judge needs to recuse herself or the appeals court can order it. All right, thank you very much. We look forward to having James on the show as well.
Cluster bombs. And the reason you get the cluster bombs is they're effective in terms of getting through the Israeli air defenses. And when I say cluster bomb, what I'm talking about is a warhead that's made up of dozens of little bombs. And when that's intercepted by the air defenses, it'll break up into dozens of bomblets, and the bomblets still get through.
I just want to take a moment. You guys, have you seen the cluster bombs that they're dropping on Israel? I mean, it's crazy. One bomb comes over, and then all of a sudden it just explodes, almost like the 4th of July, and dropping down, raining down explosives on people's heads. I mean, my goodness, what's happening in the world? And imagine if Donald Trump went through with what he had promised today in regards to Iran, and then they start hitting places. Remember, I'm going to London to cover Chris Brown's case, and that's on target. Paris. I just came back from Rome. They said that they would potentially hit Italy, Rome. Like, man, this is almost like you can't even travel anymore. Then last night before I went to sleep, they said they were going to try to hit the United States. This is what they're reporting in India news. So, you know, there's a lot of propaganda, but still, like, what do we make of all of this? And all behind this is you have people trying to, in these sleeper cells, trying to attack Americans. Do we live in fear? What exactly are we to do, you know?
And we've seen them be very effective in terms of hurting people on the ground or destroying property because those bomblets get through. What we saw yesterday was an exception because those were ballistic missiles with big 1,000-pound warheads. For the most part, those big warheads aren't getting through. They get intercepted.
So the warheads is 1,000 pounds alone. Just think about what it could do.
Last night, 2 of them got through in Dimona and Arad. The IDF did their investigation.
Guys, thank you for giving James a shout out. Thank you. He's an attorney spending his valuable time here at Watching the World. Can't wait to have him on the show to hear what he has to say. I'm going to actually see James on Thursday for Maduro.
And they simply determined that there wasn't a new type of weapon that was effective in terms of getting through, and there wasn't a failure of the system. It's just the fact that you're shooting missiles out of sky, which is a very difficult thing to do. So we're keeping an eye on the skies to the east of us right now, because that's where we expect the missiles to appear. That's the direction, where the...
What's happening, J-Cat? What's happening? What's happening? Good to see you.
The missiles come through, and then hopefully we'll see the interceptors launch and get after them. So that's a situation right now, and this is a drill that the people here in Israel are repeating every day, multiple times a day. You get the alerts over your phone. That's a period.
Yeah, I have a whole trip coming up to Egypt. I was supposed to be on the Nile River for 4 days. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to go now, but I already paid. So I don't know how this is going to work out going to Egypt for my tour. But anyway, we're going to see.
Period we're in right now. Once you start hearing the sirens wail in the background, that's an indication that the missiles are getting close. And what people have to do here, again and again and again, stop what they're doing, get up and go into what is called the mamad in Hebrew, the bomb shelter. You go into the bomb shelter, and that dramatically increases your chances. And now here. That's the sound of the sirens going off. That means the missiles are inbound. And we look off in the direction of Iran right now and wait to see where these missiles will appear in the sky. It's very different than the shorter range rockets that we see out of Lebanon and we saw out of the Gaza Strip for so many years, because those run out of fuel halfway and you don't see the inbound rocket. You only see the interceptors go up. What's different about the things that come in from Iran is they're ballistic missiles, so they leave the atmosphere, and when they re-enter, it's almost like a meteor shower with the rocket coming back in, because they get hot upon re-entry to the atmosphere. And
Who creates all of this confusion with all of these explosives? Like, who's the mastermind that develops such heavy explosions designed to ruin lives? It's something what man is able to do, dominating each other to injury. Everybody wants to see who's going to be demolished first. Okay. All right. Fantasy says also became a fan through JLR. Thank you very much, guys. We're back at it. Let's get back to the court proceeding. Thank you, guys. Hit the like button, share, subscribe.
We left off, and the Commonwealth seeks to admit a statement made by Officer Noonan at the scene as a spontaneous utterance. The defense has objected. Does either side want to be heard more?
I would, Judge.
Please.
So the government wants to have it both ways here. You know, they want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, you know, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect.
Yes, this is live.
You know, statements that are excited utterances are, you know, they can't be made after there's been time for reflection, you know, and time for possible fabrication. And here it's 5 minutes goes by, and you know, this is not, you know, I know probably all of us attorneys in this room, and Your Honor certainly are used to thinking about excited utterances, maybe in a little more of a liberal fashion, with like a domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. You know, they've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts. I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Kamala?
Yeah, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of an exciting event. And the court should consider the factors such as whether it's made in the same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is not claiming that, you know, Officer Noonan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Noonan is present. He's going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value you see fit.
Okay. So the last thing, Judge, if I may respond, is sorry. It's just that, you know, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive. It's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass. Strike that. 476 Mass 1041 at page 1042, a 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection. This will be somewhat of a double negative, but I'm strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection sustained. All right, you may continue, Mr. Gubitosi.
Thank you.
Hello, Crystal.
You were on scene at the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of Mr. Randless outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound too, or is it?
No.
Hello, S. Ballot. Thank you for coming over from JLR. Hello, Billy. They have a small little house, right? Jeez. Apartment.
Can you folks in the back row see all right?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Just, you can see when it's on the screen.
That's okay.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can end my questioning. I can play it after when we have it all set.
Okay, well, Mr. Wayne, you think you can just in a couple minutes, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. All right, so, yeah, why don't we maybe try to fix it at the lunch break? Would that work? Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
All right, but if we're gonna do that, Mr. Wayne, is that? That's okay.
James says, Mel, in the Commonwealth, when you're convicted and sent to prison, you're innocent until proven and the conviction is upheld. If you look at Aaron Hernandez, he was convinced but died innocent.
All right, so,
They
you have a
had to
question?
enter it. Thank you very much for
You
that.
have additional questions? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you had additional questions.
No, that's what I said. I wasn't asking any additional questions, so I
weren't
can.
that. Okay.
I can sit down.
So I guess, Mr. Bradle,
Yes.
we started to watch Exhibit 73, it cut off. We're having some audio visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross? Without it?
But it is my problem now, Judge, I guess, and I just
It is,
would like
okay.
it to work at some point.
So to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it. So, where's our IT folks?
On his way up.
Okay, excellent. Is it?
Google.
While we're doing that, can I see counsel at Sidebar?
Sort of chief among
Okay, guys, I guess they're trying to figure something out here in the court. So we just have to be patient a little bit. I guess they're having some technical difficulties, so we'll see how this develops. We're going to go back and let's see. I'll try to do two things at one time. We're going to pause this for a second and go back here.
Then you'll see the interceptors go up after them. So right. That's the sound of the siren.
So this is Israel being bombarded by Iran. They're taking all the smoke. We're going to cover this until they figure out what's happening in court. We're kind of multitasking. When we go to lunch, we'll look at some things too.
Going off. That means the missiles are inbound, and we look off in the direction of Iran right now and wait to see where these missiles will appear in the sky. It's very different than the shorter range rockets that we see out of Lebanon and we saw out of the Gaza Strip for so many years, because those run out of fuel halfway and you don't see the inbound rocket. You only see the interceptors go up. What's different about the things that come in from Iran is they're ballistic missiles, so they leave the atmosphere, and when they re-enter, it's almost like a meteor shower with the rocket coming back in, because they get hot upon re-entry to the atmosphere, and then you'll see the interceptor.
Guys, give us a like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you to all the people coming over from last night. JLR, thank you.
Go up after them. So right now what you hear over Tel Aviv, I'll hold the microphone out.
Oh, he's having microphone problems too. All right. Looks like they're almost back.
Those are the air raid sirens. The Israeli population.
All right. The court is having some issues, technical issues, but it looks like they're almost there, I guess. We'll see. And again, this is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, the trial. Hopefully it only lasts maybe 2 or 3 days. The judge says he would like to see it ended by the end of the week. Let's see what happens. Yeah, more technical difficulties. You'd think they would have this all together, knowing that we had trial today. But this is how it goes, as Jeff would say. Anderson says, technically, it's a technicality. That's a good point. Okay, so it looks like we could have just kept moving because they're still stuck over here. Not sure what's going on. You see the defendant, she's sitting right here. Looks like she's trying to hold it together, hold it in the road, I guess you could say. She chose to have the judge make the final call instead of having a jury.
Let me just make sure that I understand. Mr. Gubitosi, if this were to play to its conclusion, you would have no questions? Correct. Okay. So then why don't we do this? Let's march forward with the cross. And obviously, Commonwealth can follow up on redirect. And maybe by then we'll get it working. All right. Unless you were going to start with that.
I'm trying to be flexible there, but I do want to set the stage with how Kelsey came home and how they came into the house.
No, that's fine. You should be able to try your case.
Judge, just an idea is we have the actual DVR from the house, and so we have the same stuff. We may be able to play it from ours. Actually, it's even better. We do have their compilation. We can play from here, maybe.
Right. You have the exhibit. You're just putting it in a different computer.
Okay.
Right. Is that right? Can you just confirm that that's right?
I think she's going to get off lightly. That's my opinion.
It's what we received.
All right. So let's see if we can get it moving, and if so.
We have enough time.
This judge has been lenient toward her, so that gives me an indication he might go lightly toward her. So, based on all the circumstances.
Why don't we do this? Let's start from the top. Can you just replay, just start it from the beginning? We're still going to consider that this is during the direct by the Commonwealth of the lieutenant, and this is Exhibit 73. And now, of course, it won't work because I've said too much.
Also, the officer is already looking a little off, so that goes to her favor. That's the defendant's mother.
conclusion? Okay. And, all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay. All right, so cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
Photographs.
Oh, yes, yeah, photographs. Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
All right, that's all right. I just need to be able to see Mr. Brado. All right, all set, Mr. Brado.
Sorry, did someone just sorry, I was hoping to just.
Oh, you're going to replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right. So
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you ready?
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right.
to?
When did you write it?
Afterwards,
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
And when was that?
Friday. Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Alain at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere
about
this?
If I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event.
I mean about this incident, about the service of the restraining order.
Just in the lobby.
So
and then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him on that.
All right. How did you get a hold of his phone number?
Because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I
was
would assume he drove, but I
Well,
don't
you
know.
interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Lane, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order. No.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Alain went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living? I knew he wasn't living at the residence, because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things, as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
There you go.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order, did you call Justin to come to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Noonan.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes.
So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker.
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the. I'll ask a more detailed question. Sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that you didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF. No.
All right. Aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
Report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house.
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what?
I
We're
told
going to
her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I told
did
her
you say?
was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever. And that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised the, she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff, is how that what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin and Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby, didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby.
Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying.
Correct.
And she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
So
there was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there. There was a bottle with formula or whatever there. Yes.
And she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Noonan.
Right.
Right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
Somewhat argumentative.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said. She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh, yes.
And she gave him the bottle and he fed her. Right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025. That's what I have in my notes. That's not
no,
right,
it was
is it?
before. I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23.
Okay.
Is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill
Correct.
instructor?
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right. So she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby. Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive at that
So
point.
at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby
And where were you?
in the living in the living room.
So you're with her.
Yes.
At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happened, he's downstairs. But he's not joined with me.
He's
around in like the kitchen, right at the top of the staircase.
So he's
according to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like maybe like a landing, like the top
Sure.
landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet
Where were they?
over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes,
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
yes.
Hi, Melissa.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were
Yeah, it was
interviewed.
by her left leg. Like,
Well, under is different than by.
when I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her. I could
There's no
not see
question
it.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes,
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach her?
Approach, can you just make a record of what it is that
Yes,
you're showing him?
sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness, page 21,
of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Neighborhood PD.
Okay. You want him to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Daly, do me a favor, look, you can look anywhere you want on the page, but I want to invite your attention to right here. And you can look up and down. Just take a look and familiarize yourself when you're comfortable.
Okay.
You got it? Okay. I'm going to read something and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Why did you roll her over?
To see if there was an exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes.
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her, trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to her?
The same thing.
Now, you were asked if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No.
What do you mean?
What happened? Just physically, did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it and emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had their gun checked.
I appreciate you trying to help. My question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time?
What did you see? Who got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were three of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Okay. Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being given up and checked?
I never witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from his fire. Okay. So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? You
Fair
agree
enough.
on that? Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was part of the quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is that
it's
correct?
a fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was, actually, yes. Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider, I'm sorry, can you
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right? He was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'm striking.
Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
All right, so you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that he said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on
Hey, one moment, please, Your Honor. So Lieutenant Daly, after the shooting and the crime scene's established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's Officer Seaway,
Yes.
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seawade?
Seawade, SEWADE. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
Yes.
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Noonan, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
When you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes.
You don't serve an affidavit.
Never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and one in the chamber. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give it to him.
That's correct.
And you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document I printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit. So you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you? And you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on,
The court
hold on.
decides, right?
Are we going on to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any
No, you're.
Sure. All right.
Hello, Bree.
If I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and then we can come back at 10:02? Sure. Great. Okay, we'll stand at recess.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to be away for lunch. I'm going to monitor this to see what time it comes back on. Now we're going to check out something different here. Just give me a second. I'm going to pull this up here for you guys. Just bear with me for a second. All right, so the the President of the United States is going to be speaking, so I want to cover that too. So let's see what's happening. Just give me 1 second and I'll pull it up for you. So let's see here. Now we're going to check out something a little bit different, see what's happening. While we were watching that, something else is brewing with the president, Make America Safe Again. Let me know if you could hear this okay. Thank you, New Jerseyan, and also Melissa. And Lisa.
Wow, that was a nice place with the best sound system. I don't know. Who did? Sounds like the finest opera hall in anywhere in the world. Let's come back here more often. So often you have sound systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse, making a speech when nobody can hear you. This is beautiful and it's a great place. And Memphis has to like me because I have a lot of friends here and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. And now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of
Guys, the court case starts back in about an hour, a little under an hour, so you can come back around 1:50. We'll be back to the case.
audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. We're not going to cancel Memphis, but we do have some big things happening and very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was a name. They showed me 20 names. Sir, what name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taken place, if you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time, they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. I'll tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launches at a level that nobody even thought of before, 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them, because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the...
Sub Decran.
But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force. We eliminated all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader. And they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again. But now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000. They say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term. But if I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P, and we hit that in our first term. And then unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that. And I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that we were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition, after the appalling lines and massive disruptions at major airports nationwide last weekend, I am again demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and restore the full funding for airport security and the TSA. They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take care of criminals that are in sanctuary cities. They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the mutilization of our children, men in women's sports. But what they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. Brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask because we have, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands of killers into our country. We're rapidly getting them out, by the way. But they would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't
Guys, let's get the likes up, share, subscribe, please. Thank you. Hit the heart, please.
made the request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We would also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard and where we need it to help out at the airports. But we're not going to let this happen. It's extortion by the Democrats. They're holding up money that's already been approved, and now they're willing to go $5 billion reduction in ICE. in order to get the approval on a deal that they approved, the great big beautiful deal, which is the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. They want to basically renegotiate a deal that they already approved. And they're doing it largely for a criminal element. So also the Democrats are putting our country at great risk during this period of time, a period that they call a war. They call it a war. We call it a military operation. Their leaders during this time are, as you want to say, they're in a never land. Schumer is gone. I mean, he's a Palestinian. He should be fighting on the side of Palestine. He's actually become a Palestinian leader. I don't know. I've never seen a man change so much. He used to be.
Guys, we're supposed to be on lunch break. I'm just playing this to fill in the space. I understand for people that want to leave, but we're going to start back at 1:50 with court.
Depends if anybody runs against him. If anybody runs against him, he'll lose. But he's gone very wacky and very dangerous for our country. But we want all of those things. We have to have them. We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship as part of our funding. We want to merge them so that we get the great, big, beautiful bill in action, and we can get the America and Save America. You know, they called it the Save Act, but nobody knew what the Save Act was. So I said, you have to call it. You have to, under any circumstances, you have to call it the Save America Act, because everybody knows what that is. So they want funding taken away from the ICE patriots who are responsible for getting rid of the criminals that Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and his gang of thugs in the White House. You talk about weaponization. They weaponized everybody. You know, when Pam looks at somebody, oh, it's weaponization. They've indicted me. What they've done to me and everybody else, it's a disgrace. They're the weaponizers. And what they've done to people, we can never let that happen again. We can never let them get away with it again. They are the greatest weaponizers. Fortunately, it didn't work because here I am with you. So it didn't work out too well. Didn't work out too well. But they want to have people come into our country. And so many of these people are murderers. They're drug dealers. They're the worst criminals anywhere in the world. They want them in our country. They don't want them to come out. They make it almost impossible, but we get them out anyway. They should have never been allowed to enter our sacred ground. These people should have never, they came from all over the world. They came from all over. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from all over South America, Asia, everywhere. And they were from jails and mental institutions. They were drug dealers. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. In any event, the Democrats are being blamed by the American people for the catastrophe going on right now at our airports and at other points of transportation and beyond. And we want the public to know we're not going to let them out of this trap that they created for themselves. And I'm suggesting very strongly that the Republicans, in going for the Save America Act, that you weld it into exactly this, because voter ID is part of Homeland Security. Think of it. We're talking about two separate items, but they're really the same. Voter ID is part of Homeland Security. And citizenship, proof of citizenship, is part of Homeland Security. So I think it should be welded in. I think it should be together. You should vote together, because the public has not liked what they've done at the airports, and they've done it, and the public understands it. They've gotten wise to them. Republicans do not settle with Democrats and let them out of this hole that they've buried themselves in. You have to take the votes in the Senate to approve. You need votes to approve. We have to get Democrat votes, and at a certain point, if you could get rid of the filibuster, it would be great. It would be great. Get rid of the filibuster and get it all done. So we'll get it done. We want another thing. We can, or we don't have to, add those other items. And by the way, they say they're 80-20 items. They're not 80-20. They're 99-1. Men playing in women's sports is a 99-1. You look at transgender mutilization of our children, That's a 99-1, and we have that in the bill too. So they won't sign it, then let the people reject them. And what we have to do is we have to win the midterms. This is the most important election because all of the gains that we've made, we built the greatest economy, the greatest military. I built the military in my first term, and we built the greatest military in the world. We're showing it now with Venezuela, with Iran. Everybody knows we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world. And we're in a position that we haven't seen. We're respected. You know, our country now is respected all over the world. A year and a half ago, we were a laughing stock. We were a laughing stock. The King of Saudi Arabia told me a year and a half ago, he said, President, I can't believe what's happened to America. 1 year ago, you were a laughing stock. Nobody thought you could ever survive. Now you're the hottest country. Use that expression. He said, now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we are now. Congratulations, because we're all partners in this deal. You're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's really amazing. So I congratulate you. It's a great feeling because we were laughed at for 4 years with this guy that should have never been president. So I'm tying Homeland Security into voter identification with picture and proof of citizenship in order to vote. And those two items are the most important thing having to do with Homeland Security. So it should be part of the Homeland Security bill. And I'm requesting that the Republican senators do that immediately. You don't have to take a fast vote. Don't worry about Easter going home. In fact, make this one for Jesus, okay? Make this one for Jesus. That's what I tell them. That's would be a damn good thing. The most important part of Homeland Security is voter ID and proof of citizenship. Nobody can vote on Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. And you can't have Homeland Security without voter ID or proof of citizenship. So we're tying them together. So now, if you don't mind, let's get to the reason why I'm in Memphis and why you're doing so well. Because Fred Smith, everybody know Fred Smith? He was a friend of mine, and he created from a sort of failed report at like Harvard or whatever. He did a business report, a concept he had, that was his thesis, a concept he had to build a company, and it was FedEx. So he gave this thing where he takes packages, he delivers them, who the heck knows what he put down. Bottom line is they gave him a lousy mark. I don't know if they passed him or not, but they didn't give him a good mark. They said, this is the most ridiculous business plan we've ever seen. Fred, go back to the drawing board and try something else because this won't work. Well, he decided to go for it and he built FedEx, and it's an amazing story. And he was a very good friend of mine, but he would tell me that he didn't know what to do about Memphis. It was so dangerous that they would have a board meeting and the board members, they would demand it that they could not walk 1 block to their hotel. You know the hotel I'm talking about. It was so dangerous. And now they tell me this is like an entirely different place. It's like Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., we have the same thing. And now it's amazing. Such an honor to. If only more governors, your governor called and he said, we love it. Your mayor has been terrific. Your mayor has been terrific. But look at the results that you've got. Look at the results. And everybody should do it. You know, if I was Chicago, Pritzker, he's a failed governor. All he has to do is say, President, we're having a problem in Chicago. Could you come in and fix it? We'd have it fixed in 2 months. It would be good. It would be good in 2 months. It would be great in 4 months. You'd have almost no crime. But he can't do it. And it just keeps going the same way. So that's the reason I'm here, to tell you how well you've done, how well we've done. I mean, I just came in and people greeted me, sir, thank you very much for what you've done. I said, oh, where are you from? Memphis. What did I do? You stopped crime. And your sheriffs are so thankful. And, oh, you haven't seen it yet. You know, we've just been here a short while. In another 2 or 3 months, you're going to have like no crime. And, you know, we take these criminals. Is that our handsome senator down there, Bill? Is that our handsome senator, Bill? You got both of them down, but you're going to have a new governor here soon, I guess, huh? We're going to have a very new governor. Would you two stand up as senators? Please stand up. Two of the greatest people. Two of the greatest people. They never let me down, you know? Some let me down. They never let me down. Thank you. Last September, my administration launched the initiative modeled on DC Safe Task Force in our nation's capital. One of the most amazing things, I mean, I hate to say it, now I can say it, but our nation's capital was one of the most dangerous places on earth. People were being killed that go in from Iowa, they go from Indiana to see the Washington Monument, and their parents would get a phone call, they've been killed. And it was happening a lot. It was really bad. And like this, actually, yours was at a level higher, to be honest with you. It was really bad. But it was happening a lot. And now you walk down Washington, it's like everybody that sees me in Washington, we've been doing that another couple of months longer. Everybody sees me in Washington, they say, thank you, sir. Thank you. And I immediately know what? You know, they could thank me for a lot of things. I said, are they thanking me for the economy? I know immediately. We have people working in the White House, young women. They walk, I would say normally beautiful young women. Ever since I got elected, I don't like to say that because usually when you say a beautiful woman, isn't she beautiful? That's the end of your political career. So I never say that. But young women coming up to me and they're saying, sir, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. I say, how big a difference is it? They say, we walk to work. We were afraid to walk into an Uber. We were afraid to walk into a car. The car would be, it didn't matter. The car was being robbed when we were in the car. And it was much more than being robbed. Being robbed was the least of it. And we took out over 3,000 people. And you know, there's an expression that 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the population. And when you hear that, you realize why we can do such a good job. We moved 3,000 people out, permanently out of Washington. These were career criminals. Many of them came in through the Biden open border disaster. They came in, they weren't there. They came in, they said, we want to live in Washington where they'll take good care of us, give us plenty of welfare. And we got them all out. We moved them back to their countries. Sometimes we'd put them in prison because they were so dangerous. We had one person killed 4 people in a short period of time. Many of the people, 11,888, 50% of them in our country, they came from jails. Other countries opened their jails and
Guys, put an emoji in the chat for the president. Choose an emoji.
the border czar, who never once went to the border, never once called Border Patrol. But his great border, perhaps you've heard her, Kamala. Has anyone heard of Kamala? She was the border czar. That was like having nothing as a border czar. And they poured into our country and they made our country very, very unsafe. And the job that ICE and Border Patrol have done, they don't get the appreciation they deserve. They are great American patriots. They're incredible people. So we brought together 22 federal agencies, state and local police, and 1,500 members of the incredible National Guard to smash the grip of the violent criminals on this iconic American city. The city is incredible. People love it so much, but they're just fed up. They can't stay, and now they're staying. I had somebody backstage say, sir, I was ready to leave, and now we're staying. I said, don't worry, it's going to get much better. Just takes a little more time. Like our DC efforts, the Memphis Task Force has been led by our Director of U.S. Marshal Services, Gaddy Seralta, who's incredible. Where's Gaddy? Gaddy, you are unbelievable. And I want to thank you for the work. He did a job in Washington. So when I heard Memphis, I said, I want the same guy that did Washington. Because that what you're going to tell us when you get up, which was more difficult, all right? But members known all over the world as the home of Graceland. You know I'm going to see Graceland after this? I think, is that right? I love Elvis. I never met Elvis. Everyone said, did you? I met them all. I met Sinatra. I knew all of them. I never met Elvis. Sometimes I feel I should tell the little fibs and I knew him well. I love Elvis, but I never met him. But I'm going to go see Graceland after this, I think. I'm sure it's not going to be a very long stay, but I want to see that. But for years prior to our involvement, Memphis had become known for something else, being the murder capital of the USA. That's not a good title. It was averaging far more than one murder per day, with a crime rate higher than Colombia, Mexico City, or Baghdad.
Wow.
In the year, I shouldn't be saying this, but here's the good news. It's been fixed. All right? I hate to say this because it's so negative. It's so negative. In the year before I took office, Memphis saw more than 12,500 violent assaults, 429 rapes, and 7,600 burglaries and armed robberies. And, I mean, it was, and getting worse. This catastrophe was a result of years of local politicians, judges, and prosecutors who sided with violent criminals over law-abiding citizens. Basically, liberals, or now they like to go with the word progressives. You don't hear liberal. They're liberal. I don't like progressive because it's a beautiful word. You know, they use progressive because that's the only thing they're good at, politics, I guess. You know, they're bad at policy because all these policies are bad, but they're great at politics, and they do stick together. They stick together. They're good at politics, but they're bad at policy because they can't sell open borders. They can't sell transgender for everyone. They can't sell men and women's sport. So they can be the greatest politicians in the world, and that's why I'm here instead of them, I guess. But just as we have in D.C., here in Memphis, we've achieved one of the largest, fastest declines in violent crime ever recorded. So that's something, right? Ever recorded. In fact, you're a half a percentage point away from the record, so we'll catch them in the next month or two, all right? I think that's going to happen. But that includes a 60% drop in robberies, a 74% drop in carjacking, and motor vehicle thefts. We have always achieved numbers that are good. These numbers are right on line to be among the best that we've done. And wherever we do this, we have very similar results. We were in New Orleans, where the governor called us, as you know, and we went to New Orleans. They just had Mardi Gras. They said it's the first, it sounds terrible, but it's the first Mardi Gras we've ever had where there was no murder. Can you imagine? Doesn't sound too good, but, you know, we're talking about the facts. And they said we had the lowest crime that we've ever had on Mardi Gras, which is almost nothing. We went there about 4 months ago. We did a great job. So we've achieved a 70% reduction in murders from the peak in this place. In total, we've arrested 7,000 criminals, seized more than 1,100 illegal guns, taken more than 1,000 pounds of illicit narcotics, and rescued more than 150 missing children, making their parents beyond happy. So I'd like you to please join me in thanking, I tell you, every single law enforcement hero here today. We have a small number compared to what's doing the job, who helped make Memphis safe again. Memphis, just so you know, with all of the things we said, you have now developed a reputation as a city that's coming back stronger than any city in the country because of what's happened with crime and because your political leaders had the courage to do what they did. So I'd like you to also say a special welcome and hello to the Tennessee National Guard, the Memphis Police Department, ICE, CBP, the ATF, DEA, Homeland Security Investigations, the U.S. Marshals, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and all of law enforcement. Everybody got together and they said, we're going to make Memphis great again. And they really did. It's so good. But, you know, I talk about how good it is. We're at 75%. Some people say 80, 81%. That still leaves 20%. You're going to be down in another 2 months, 3 months, I think, Addie. We're going to be down to almost no crime. You're going to be an almost crime-free city. You're going to be so proud of it. People are going to stay. They're going to actually come back because you have everything going, but you have that one horrible cloud over your head. And Essentially, people know it's happening, but essentially in another 2 months, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have a virtually crime-free city. So today I'm pleased to announce that the Secretary of War used to be the Secretary of Defense. We made a minor change. We like the sound of it better. That the Secretary of War just signed a directive to ensure that all National Guard members serving on this task force, as well as in D.C., New Orleans, and our border security missions, will receive the same benefits as active duty troops because you deserve it. That's not fair. That's not fair. So before we leave, I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. These are great people. Chief of the National Guard Bureau General Stephen Nordhaus, FBI Director Kash Patel, wonderful guy, actually. You got to get to know him. Once you get to know him, he's a wonderful guy. I've known him too long, right? He's a good guy. DEA Administrator Terry Cole, what a job he's done. Acting Director of ICE, where's Terry? Good job, Terry. What a job. In Washington, too. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great. Thank you, Todd. Good job. Head of the ATF, Rob Cicada. Rob, thank you, Rob. Head of the Tennessee Highway Patrol, Colonel Matt Perry. Thanks, Matt. And head of the Tennessee National Guard, Major General Warner Ross. How are you? You guys look central casting. These are central casting people. What did you need us for? You didn't need us. Anyway, they had to let you do your job, right? They're letting you do your job now. Thanks as well to Tennessee Governor Bill Lee for the outstanding job. Thank you very much, Bill. We appreciated your call. Bill called me up. He said, we need a little help in Memphis, sir. Would you get over here, please? He said, I have no pride, but we just want this thing straightened out, right? So thank you very much. I'm glad it worked out. Oh, you haven't seen, what do you see? In 90 days from now, you're going to see numbers that blow these off. You're down 70, 75%. You're going to see numbers that you're going to be very proud of. Senators Bill Haggerty and Marsha Blackburn. Great people. Great people. You have some real warriors, too, as your congressmen and women. David Kustoff, Andy Ogles, Diana Harshbarger, John Rose, Matt Van Epps, and Chuck Fleischman. Will you all stand up? Warriors all. Everyone. Great.
Everybody stand up. I want everybody to stand up.
Get better. It's not the easiest job, is it? Huh? Speaker of that, you know what I like about them? They're not 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, I get a call from Mike Johnson, Speaker. Sir, we have a problem. What time is it, Mike? 3 o'clock, sir, morning. We voted 9. We need, it's always the same, it's like 8 or 9. Sir, could you call them for us and see if you can get their vote? 3 o'clock. Call them up. Hey, Jim, how you doing? Hello, sir. I'm not there. Well, you got to get there. 9 o'clock, you got to vote. Sir, could I have a little breakfast so we could discuss this bill? Like a perfect bill, like, voter ID or something. The bill, you don't have to be too great to do it. Said, could we have maybe a little breakfast at the White House, sir? So, because I could get there, but I'm just not there. Come on over for breakfast, Bill. I got a lot of them, too. I have about 9 of them. But these are the people we love. So I want to thank you all. Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives, and I hear this guy, he's fantastic. Cameron Sexton, where is he? I have heard such good things about you. And you're working on a very specific bill right now. I know all about you. That's great. Let me know when it's finished. You got to send me a copy, okay? That's great. Thank you, Cameron. You're doing a great job. Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Thank you, Floyd. National President of the Fraternal Order of Police. Oh, that's a big one. He gave me his endorsement. Patrick, yours. Where's Patrick? He gave me his endorsement. I said, well, what's your endorsement worth? How many members? He said, so we have 490,000 members. I said, that's a good endorsement. Patrick, do you think anybody outside of, within law enforcement, did anybody vote for Kamala that you know of? Don't say it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't say it. But thank you, Pat. That's great. We had an unbelievable, I do believe we got 98, 99% with law enforcement. And why not? President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris, thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Stand up, Chris. Thank you. Well, why are you so far back there, Chris? You deserve to be in the front row. National President of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Matt Silverman. Great guy, too. All great guys. All
Guys, we have Mama Flips in the building. Give a shout out to Mama
guys
Flips.
that supported me, Pam, every one of them. For years, our leaders allowed entire cities in America to be destroyed by crime, drugs, and gang violence. Tolerating this violence was always a choice. 19 of the 20 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats. I'm surprised. I thought it was 20 of 20. I don't know why it's 19. I don't believe it. It's like, I heard it was 25 out of 25. Well, I'll find out about it because I don't believe it's right. Whoever wrote that statistic is wrong. But under the Trump administration,
Thank you, Anderson.
that no city or neighborhood should be left behind. In Memphis, the crime became so horrible that residents were made prisoners of violence in their own community, in their own home. But with the help of the great people right here at this table and right here, it's a whole different story right now. It's changing fast, and it'll be record-setting in a very short period of time, and I'll be here to celebrate it with you. You know, it's a very special state to me. I won this state, Bill, by numbers that nobody's ever won it before. We have the all-time record for votes. So I happen to like the state. I love Tennessee. Maybe someday I'll move to Tennessee. I might have to move there. No, I love it. You never know what that is. You know, you just have a relationship with the state. It's a lot safer than relationships with other things, I can tell you as a politician. But I especially want to thank Speaker Sexton, who's working with the task force to pass model bills that will be toughen crime, to deliver permanent safety to the people of Memphis. And really, I don't know if you know, but they're looking at this all over the country, what you're doing. They're studying it. That's why I know your name so well. And all over the country, they're studying it. And so I hope you do a great job, as simple as you can, and as complex in the sense of we want to be tough. We want to be strong on crime, because that's the thing. We want to have heart. We want to have fairness.
Yeah, I can see your comment. I put it on the front stage and also started, so it's all over the place. It might be you. You might have banned yourself, Mama Flips. You probably banned yourself. Oh my.
Hard-line criminals. And under our leadership last year, the murder rate nationwide saw the single largest decline ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's something. That's something. And this is despite the fact that they allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of those people should never have been allowed into our country. So now I'd like to ask Director Gaddy Seralta, who's really a special guy. And I've lived with him because of Washington, D.C. I saw what he did. But to say a few words, and congratulations for what you've done everywhere. But today we're only interested in one place, Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you very much, Gaddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. So good morning to you, and thank you, Mr. President. Today we celebrate the successes of this incredible mission and all our federal, state, local, and National Guard teammates who have contributed mightily to the Memphis Safe Task Force. Mr. President, it is an honor to be entrusted by you to lead this amazing task force as Director of the United States Marshal Service. Your decisiveness in responding to state and local leaders' requests for federal assistance is inspiring. It was just over 6 months ago when you signed the executive order restoring law and order in Memphis. At that point, the city of Memphis was overwhelmed with unprecedented levels of violent crime, to include some of the nation's highest per capita rates of murder, robbery, and aggravated assault. Memphis residents could not safely enjoy a walk downtown. Parents were fearful of their children playing outside, and local businesses struggled to prosper. The mission you gave us was clear and concise. Crime will not prevail in Memphis, period. The city will not be surrendered to lawlessness. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. We had a blueprint, quickly restoring order and reducing violent crime, given our success with Operation Make DC Safe and Beautiful, as you mentioned. We began our deployment to Memphis and commenced operations on September 29, 2025, with 20 partner agencies and 200 task force members. Now we partner with 33 multi-agency teams throughout the Memphis area. We have the support of over 2,700 officers and National Guard members who comprise the Memphis Safe Task Force, most of which are out here in the audience. In just over 6 months, the Memphis Safe Task Force has made over 7,342 arrests. This is last week's numbers, with charges ranging.
Guys, put an emoji in the chat for our dear brother here speaking.
94 drug offenses, 812 drug offenses, and 757 gang-related offenses. We have seized over 1,200 illegal firearms and located and returned 150 missing children. Each of these arrests and seizures of illegal contraband have a ripple effect, bringing justice to victims, relief to communities, and the prevention of future offenses or deadly accidents. Our work, however, has not just been about arrests and the seizure of illegal firearms and narcotics. Our Tennessee National Guard partners have made a significant impact while serving on the task force by administering several life-saving doses of Narcan to overdose victims, chasing down and detaining a fleeing murder suspect on Christmas Day, and providing immediate life-saving medical aid to the occupants of a vehicle collision on I-40. That's just a few of the things they've done. Similarly, our Health and Human Services Tactical Med, we call them TACMED, they're our doctors. Their team has treated almost 500 task force officers and related injuries during our operations. The fraud cell, the Memphis Safe Task Force Fraud Cell, has been a key contributor in targeting federal benefits fraud, organized crime, and other complex fraud matters. The Fraud Cell has more than 80 open investigations.
He's the United States Director of Marshal Service, so he's the crime man.
Of convicted sex offenders.
His name is Gaddy Sirota.
By housing and urban development, and one indictment for stealing benefits from a Social Security beneficiary. I would also like to recognize the work of Attorney General Bondi's incredible staff at the Western District of Tennessee.
Pretty things, we know it's right because Donald Trump said they did it for Jesus.
The number of defendants charged by 221%, and the number of cases indicted by 204%. When compared to the same operational period last year. I see you smiling, Mike. Congratulations. Without question, the public safety outlook in Memphis has improved dramatically. In the past 6 months, collectively, our efforts have resulted in a 43% reduction in total serious crimes, 37% reduction in murder.
Guys, don't get offended, but I just want to, we got to keep this moving. I'm sorry.
With Terry, with Rob, with Gaddy, Not only that, with Pete, with Department of War, with Homeland Security, with all of my agencies working hand in hand with the National Guard. When you went out there, when we came to Memphis, you could not tell who was with what agency because everyone was working so well together. Our U.S. Attorney, Mike Donovan, was out there. And not only this, everyone needs to know, we met with this president multiple times about this endeavor. The president knew what was going on here. The president cared. People like Alice Johnson sitting in the front row, who is a Memphis resident, she told us what a horrible crime problem there was. And I think the unsung hero in all of this is Stephen Miller. Stephen is the architect of making all of these plans.
No, that's what the president said. The president said during this, he said, we did it for Jesus.
Very brief examples. There was a horrible murderer, Arsenio Davis, who last October committed a gruesome double homicide. He killed his mother and dismembered another person. And
What
based
in the
on
world?
this task force working hand in hand, he's off the street. Another example, a horrible monster who's charged with raping a small child. This task force, all of these members working together, arrested him. We can give you countless examples of that. Over 770 gang members off the streets. And we know there's no normal day for a law enforcement officer. We know it's so dangerous what our law enforcement officers do. But know this, Donald Trump and this administration, we have your backs. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you.
Some of our watchers just try to make me laugh. It's too funny, man.
Who has been unbelievable at what he's doing. There's nobody better. It was a wise choice. Pete, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your historic leadership on Operation Epic Fury. The success you've laid out was only possible because of the military you rebuilt, as well as the historic success here in Memphis. And I want to start by thanking every patriot in this room, in law enforcement, and the nearly 1,500 National Guard members for your heroic efforts in this operation. This is more than a task force. This is a statement not just in this city, but across the nation. When I look around this table, I'm looking at people that we work with every day, Governor, Cash, this team, the National Guard, Pam.
I'm sorry, guys. We only have 7 minutes left. I only get 7 minutes to try to pull off this here. So just give me 1 second. Monday, we got to at least get a little bit in. I think we spent too much time on that. But anyway, let's see what we want to talk about here. Let's talk about LaGuardia.
Deadly collision at New York's LaGuardia Airport, and the airport is now closed. An Air Canada jet hit a fire truck on the runway. Now, this happened just before midnight. 2 pilots were killed. Dozens of other people are injured. In this video from the scene showing the wrecked plane, nose tilted up to the sky. The crashed truck is seen nearby. And here is the moment air traffic controllers knew something went wrong.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please.
Guys, you know I just flew out of here last weekend, and I fly again next week out of LaGuardia. Oh, God help me. Oh, my.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Yeah, 646, I see you collide with vehicle in, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Okay, joining us now with the very latest is CNN correspondent Gloria Pasmino. And Gloria, what are you hearing right now at LaGuardia?
Yeah, Audie, it's just devastating listening to that audio, hearing the radio operator telling the vehicle to stop. We now know that the vehicle collided with the airplane. There were 72 passengers aboard that aircraft, 4 crew members, and sadly, the pilot and the co-pilot were killed as a result of that collision. Now, dozens of passengers were also injured. 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital shortly after that collision. 31 of them have been released. And
this airplane actually hit a fire truck while it was returning to the airport. Can you imagine that? That's crazy. People lost their lives. A lot of people were hurt. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits.
The 2 people who were inside the fire truck, which collided with the airplane, we are told are in stable condition. Now, here's what happened. And as you look at the images, of the airplane. You can see the front of the
So they said the people in the fire truck survived. Wow, those fire trucks must be built like tanks, right?
airplane is completely destroyed. The collision happened around 11:40 last night. This is a Jazz Aviation flight that was operating on behalf of Air Canada. The aircraft, we are told, struck a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle, which was actually responding to a different aircraft on the runway. This was flight 8646. It was coming in from Montreal late last night. It left Montreal around 10:30 p.m. local time and landed here at 11:40. It collided with the firefighting vehicle shortly after the landing. In fact, we've heard from officials here at the Port Authority, which manages the airport. They described the moment, saying the collision happened during the landing. Now, this was a regional jet aircraft. It was traveling south, going very fast, about 130 miles just before it hit that fire truck. Now, the passengers who did not have to be transported to the hospital were actually seen leaving.
It seems like we're just having too many catastrophes on all different levels right now, coming from different angles. What is happening in our country? What's happening throughout the world?
The airport just a short time ago, I was able to catch up with one of them. He described the moment to me, telling me that it was a hard landing and that they had no indication that there was a problem on the runway. Take a listen.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly.
So we get the pictures of some bad stuff. Indeed. Imagine being on an airplane or just being at the airport. I heard that it's a 9-hour wait just to get on your flight. It's going to be a rough journey.
Does Facebook, does
That's why you
Twitter,
didn't get
do they
elected.
need to be regulated like do they need to be regulated?
Marco Rubio, the snake. Little frat boy here.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Who are you, man? Who
Yeah,
is
sure.
this guy? I swear to God, I don't
You
know
better
who
hope
you
you
are,
get
man.
deplatforming. Tens of millions of views.
InfoWars.
Bigger than Rush Limbaugh. He knows who InfoWars is. Playing this joke over here. That's why the deplatforming didn't work.
But here's the question. Here's a question.
Hey, don't touch me again, man. I'm asking you not to touch me.
Well, sure, I just patted you nicely.
I know, but I don't want to be. I don't know.
You want me to get
man.
arrested?
I don't know who you are.
It's not just going to
You're
take
not
my
gonna
First
get arrested,
Amendment.
man. You're
It's
not
not
gonna
just
get
enough to
arrested.
take my
I'll take
First
care of it
Amendment.
myself.
Oh, he'll beat me up.
I didn't say that.
I know I am,
man.
but he's so mad. You're not going to silence me.
Oh, there's trouble in paradise, folks. What is happening here? Alex Jones is pulling up on Marco Rubio with all the smoke. Oh, my goodness.
You're not going to silence
Well,
America.
but there are people.
You are like, you
The young and the pestless.
are literally like a little gangster thug.
There are people in this country. who
Rubio
feel
just
that-
threatened to physically take care of me.
There are people who
Look at
feel
that.
that they're being
We already
they
got rid of
are
my First
being
Amendment.
silenced. They feel like
He tells you China's the problem, which it is,
by
but they're
big
taking
companies
our
like
free speech right
Google,
now.
Social media platforms, Facebook.
I don't understand. Alex was always a strong Trump supporter, but now things are changing. We see Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, I thought he would be the #1 champ for Donald Trump. He's turned. Also, Joe Kent has come out talking about the administration. All the while, we're just trying to figure out what's happening and what does the future look like. Oh, my goodness. Ooh.
There goes Rubio.
Twitter. Do you believe that these platforms need to be regulated like a public utility, and how do you go about doing that?
Well, I prefer not to. I prefer competition take care of that. But obviously, we're going to watch closely to make sure that these tools that are being used. I mean, one thing is to say we're going to go after foreign interference designed to so and so.
But it's already going on here.
Another thing is.
Okay, guys, I know we're having fun now covering some of the craziness on the internet, but I think court is back on. So I just want to go back and oh, yeah, court is back on, I believe. All right, back to court. Oh, my. Back to court we go. Let's see here. Here we go. All right, so not yet, but at least we're going to be set up for it. So, all right. So we still have some more time. I'll keep my eyes open for court. We can go back to this.
The Democrats are raping the Republicans.
Because at some point, someone has to make a determination. What's the difference between, misinformation from abroad and differences of opinion within the United States?
And that's happening
It's a very
here.
fine line, and that's something we need to be careful about. We don't overreach in that direction.
But then he doesn't know about InfoWars being banned.
Look at Marco Rubio's eyes. He is upset. He's furious, right?
He doesn't know about the top news story in the country.
About how they, not just how they apply that within the United States, but they
Infowars.com,
don't become
better than
agents
ever.
of authoritarian regimes abroad to crack down on free speech. Because
I wonder why Rubio got so mad at me and threatened me
there's
physically.
a balance between what is free speach and what people disagree on.
Poor Rubio.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry. We got to get.
Yeah, man, I got to go to the committee. You guys can talk to this clown.
Oh, yeah. Look at this little frat boy. So cool. Go back to your bathhouse.
Man, Alex Jones just pull up with all the smoke he wanted today. My goodness. That's my first time seeing that. So that's quite intriguing, I must say. I thought these guys were in cahoots together. Let's take a little bit in regards to, let's see. This is an interesting story about Hegseth, real quick.
They said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop.
I want you guys to really pay attention to this. This is real serious. Watch this.
Until the job.
Now, keep in mind, Joe Kent says the government lies to us, all right? So I want you guys to check this out.
Is done.
And it's very important to know that Joe Kent was a part of the government just 4 days ago. He was the leader of counterterrorism. He's coming forward saying, oh, the government is lying to you. We're fighting Israel's war. Okay, now add this to the script.
My response, along with that of the president, was simple. Of course, we will finish this.
Those comments by War Secretary Pete Hegseth are causing a major controversy tonight.
During a Pentagon briefing about the 6 American service members who were killed in Iraq, Hegseth said their families told him to finish the war in Iran. 3 of those airmen were from right here in Ohio, and the father of Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons tells ABC6 that was not what they talked about.
He sat down with our Terry Sullivan
Oh, no, they can't be saying that Hegseth is lying. Oh, my.
today.
Just so proud of him. It was an honor to be his father. And I was so blessed to have him as a son.
Milo Simmons glows when he talks about his only son, Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons.
He had just a magnanimous personality, never met a stranger, would light up the room with his smile, with his disposition.
Tyler Simmons was among 6 crew members killed when their refueling plane crashed in Iraq. Simmons says last Monday's ceremony at Dover Air Force Base is still surreal. The Simmons family was the first to be greeted by the president and his team.
Much to my pleasant surprise, I saw emotion in the president's face. Because usually when you see him on television, he's just being the stern leader. I get that. But his humanity showed in that moment.
And then Defense Secretary Hegseth
Shook hands, conveyed to him Tyler was my only son. And they had been briefed on his record, so they were aware of his record. And, you know, we embraced, thanked me for Tyler's service.
They said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done. My response, along with that of the president, was simple. Of course, we will finish this.
So that's not your experience.
Oh, did you guys catch that? Wow. The truth is coming out.
No, I set the tone. Right out the bat. Thank you for being here, for Tyler Simmons. And so I can't speak to what he said to other families because I wasn't in there.
Simmons says his words were later twisted by a different group.
And their headline was, Defense Secretary is called out to be a liar by the father of Tyler Simmons. I didn't say that. And I did give them a rebuttal. I don't appreciate it when the media takes a tragedy and wants to use it as a political diving board, per se. I think that is profoundly shows a lack of integrity and is not what journalism is supposed to be about.
Simmons says the focus should be on the lives that were lost.
They were heroes, and that should be the focus. Keep politics in its place. But from my position, this is no place for politics. honoring our fallen, honoring our loved ones.
Loved ones who gave the ultimate sacrifice. On your side, Terry Sullivan, ABC 6 News.
Okay, guys. Well, it's time to go back to court. Let's see what's happening here. Let's see what's happening with court. Well, I guess we could have taken another minute or so. I guess they're waiting for the judge to come back in. All right. We have some movement. What do you think about this case so far? Are you siding with the defendant, or do you think the police officers had every right to bring on these charges against her? What do you think? We've spent the morning checking out this case. I like this case. This case has a lot of moving parts. Yes, indeed. What do you guys think about this particular case? Do you feel sorry for the lady? Looked like she was going through a lot. She lost her family, had a lot of things coming at her. Okay, Pretty Thing says no comment. Okay, all right. Okay. Lisa says he's talking about Hegseth saying the fallen soldiers' dad, not saying don't stop the war. Okay, thank you for the clarification of that. Thank you. What do you think about this case, Kelsey? Let's see, Fitzsimmons. Anybody have any sympathy for her so far? What do you guys think? We're waiting for the judge to get back in the courtroom. I imagine we'll finish somewhere around 5 o'clock. Hopefully, the court day ends much sooner, but you never know. Okay, True Court says not enough information yet. I get it. Okay, June, welcome in, June. Nice to have you. June say they missed the morning. Georgia says it took the whole front off the airplane. Yes, indeed. That's a crazy event. That's the worst feeling I would imagine, being on an airplane when it's already tough enough to get your nerves in line, and then all of a sudden you're hitting a fire truck of all things to hit. Like, how did that happen? Jeff says, I had no clue to start with, but now looks like prosecutors are horrible so far. Okay, seems like the officers are distorting the truth a measure, right? I saw that a lot with the case of Luigi Mangione as well. This court case, let me show you the banner right here. This is the case Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We're actually virtually attending her trial together for the next couple of days. And thank you guys for tuning in to Watching the World 777. We have some amazing people here today. Thank you guys very much. So much. And as a filler, we went through the President of the United States. He gave us a nice lecture today about an update on the war. Although I didn't walk away from that knowing a lot about what's really happening with the war. Although many people debate whether it's a war, a lot of people do not like to use that term. I still can't get over Alex. Alex stepped to Marco Rubio. Isn't that something? What was that all about? I'll have to dig into that. I saw Pretty Things talking about it, but those guys seem like there's trouble in paradise. Anderson says there's much more to this than we've been shown so far. She's innocent and has been put through hell. Okay, well, if the jury feels that way, she'll be free as a bird. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Do we have... Okay, we're just waiting for court to get back into session, guys. This court here in Massachusetts appears to be a little bit delayed. Usually when I go to court, things are moving right on time, but I don't know what's happening here. I'm not too sure. But that's Massachusetts, perhaps. We'll have to see what happens. We could have kept on playing a few more snippets, but anyway. Anderson says her fireman fiance guy breaks into her apartment with some other guys. Okay, there's videos online. Okay, very good. Georgia says that InfoWars is a joke. Okay. All right, I think we have some movement. Maybe we're back in session. Okay, looks like it. All right, March 23rd p.m., session one. The judge is back on the bench. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, keep hitting the heart.
Before the Commonwealth calls its next witness, I want to just make sure that the media folks and our audience members are, we're all on the same page. My order, my media order that I issued this morning specifically says that when I leave the bench, cameras go off, recordings go off, audio goes off. Okay, so please just make sure that that happens. You're only to film while we're in session, and only to record audio or broadcast audio while we're in session. All right, Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Yes, so before our next witness, the Commonwealth offers a copy of the restraining order that the North Andover
Exhibit 74, Omar.
and Courtney Elaine, please.
Could we have the whenever we have a new witness, could we have the moderators put their names in the chat? Can you document the names, guys?
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
You may have a seat, thank you.
They're going to clarify her name. Can you guys put it in the chat, please? Thanks.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Elaine, COURTNEYAYLAIAN.
And did you pronounce your last name Elaine?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes, I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. Well, I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Elaine is 34. Justin Elaine is 32. Ashley Elaine is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
The next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant. Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of June 28th and June 29th, 2025.
Objection. Relevance, 403.
So let's take a question at a time, okay? All right, next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who is we?
myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So Kelsey, Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle, Deandra, Cassie, Maddie, Kelsey's sister. I think if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of what's known as a Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end early?
Yes, it did.
And did you go home?
Yes, I fled the house.
For just exploring this, judge, is
Okay.
they're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer and my client.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar, only so that we don't have to have the witness leave. I'll see everyone at sidebar.
Okay, guys, now they're having a sidebar. Whenever you hear sidebar, that means they're going to the corner with the judge to have this discussion, something they don't want the general public to hear. Thank you, Lisa, for putting her name in the chat. Thank you very much for that. And also, there's no jury here. For those that ask about that, there's no jury. I think it was Anderson. All right, guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you. We're going to be covering this trial to the end. It's nice to cover trials in this format together. Everybody's having such a good time. You guys are so amazing, so funny. Okay, so they're having a sidebar. That's what it means. The girl that's on the stand in the video, she appears to be the one that they handed the baby to out on the front stoop, and she walked the baby out. I was wondering who she was, so now we get a chance to hear from her and how she fits into the total dynamic of this case. This case is all right. Yeah, that girl is young. She appears to be quite young. But when the officer shot, I can't say that word on YouTube. When she discharged her weapon, it's amazing how everybody started running, getting out of the way, right? It goes to show the officers, they have to walk into the thick of it, walk right into the fire, right? Takes a lot of strong nerves to be able to do that. Imagine the people that have to protect the president or even the firefighters. They have to run into places that others are running from. So these cases often show a lot. One of the things that's coming out, though, the first officer that served as a witness, he seemed to have trouble. It's not a good look. I think that is going towards the defendant's favor because they were catching him, what appears to me, we'll say, in some untruths. We'll call it some untruth. So that happens a lot in court. When I covered Luigi Mangione case out of New York, one of the things that the officers have testified that when they go to Indiana for the officer training, they're taught that they can lie to the culprit. They could create a ruse to make the person think anything they want as long as it takes to get the truth out of the individual. But the individual cannot lie. So that's just how it works. A lot of people were shocked to hear that in court. But that's the way it goes. I think anybody that watched the first 48 would know that, right? I believe they would know that. So, yes, indeed. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see here. Seems that we have mostly the same people back from this morning. I don't see any new names so far. Oh, we have Jerry Williams. Welcome in, Jerry. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for all you do. Nice to have you back, Georgia. That's great to have you back. Great, great, great. All right. Anderson says sidebar. Okay, sidebar. Okay, Lisa still hanging strong. Thank you, Lisa. And thank you for giving your personal testimony. I think a lot of people benefit from hearing things of that nature. Oh, we have OG Kicks in the building. Shout out to you. Nice to have you here. Thank you. So, for those that are just coming in, we're covering this trial of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It's out of Massachusetts, about 3 hours from me. And this case involves one officer attempting or pulling a handgun toward the other, which led to her being, trying to find the pleasant words that's YouTube friendly. She was struck twice. I don't want to say the other words. She was struck twice by the officer. Looks like we're back. Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes, if that is the, sorry, I'm trying to think of the days. Yes. I stayed at a hotel the night before.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
Absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes. It was Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay. Without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse.
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
To file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order and custody.
And get custody of
Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation, said he believed his son was.
Next question.
Did you help Justin fill out a form?
Per the clerk's advice, yes. Justin was shaking.
And where did you go from there?
From there, we drove to the North Andover Police Department.
And what did you do at the police department?
We both walked in and I spoke with a couple of her lieutenants daily. I'm not sure who it exactly was I was speaking to. And I told them that I thought she would.
And without telling me what you said, did you give the police something? Did you give the police a copy of the restraining order?
It was faxed to them, yes.
And did the police? And did you stay at the police station for a period of time?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We were at the police station praying and we got a call from one of the lieutenants saying that Caden was safe and to come to the house and get him.
And what house were you going to?
125 Phillips Brooks Road.
Had you been to that house before?
I have.
Okay. How did you get there?
We had driven separately, so we both drove our cars to the house.
So you drove your car and Justin drove his car?
Correct.
And did you, approximately how long were you waiting at the police station before you got that call?
It was much quicker than we thought, probably 20 minutes maybe. I could be a little off, but 20 minutes.
And about how long did it take you to get from the police station to 125 Phillips Brooks Road?
Not long, like less than 10 minutes.
And what happened once you got there?
We got there, we were welcomed in the door by an officer. He said, Kelsey's upstairs getting some clothes for Caden.
Okay, without telling me what the officer said.
All right, hold on, there's an objection. Overruled. Next question.
You said you were led inside by a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Kaden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine. Justin's.
Sustained hearsay. Right, and you don't, no one expects you to know these legal rules, but unless you're specifically asked, you can't repeat what people told you. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Of course, Your Honor.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside?
Yes.
And then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Kaden.
And, who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay. And you and her had a conversation?
Justin and her did.
Okay. And then what happened? And she was holding the baby?
Yep.
And then what happened next?
She handed Kaden to Justin. Justin then handed Kaden to me. And I said, why don't I take a step outside? I wanted to avoid a confrontation. So he took the carrier, the baby car seat. We walked outside.
And so you took Kaden in your arms?
In my arms.
And you walked outside?
Yes.
And did Justin walk out with you?
Yes.
And did Justin take anything with him?
He took the carrier, the car seat.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a phone call?
I did.
Who did you call?
I called my mother.
Okay. And this is while you were outside?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know that they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like. There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no personal knowledge of any of this.
Is this what you saw or?
I saw the smoke.
Overruled.
And where were you standing when you heard the gunshots?
I was near the side where the school parking lot is. I was next to our cars in the yard.
And
on the property.
Approximately how many you said gunshots, plural, how many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
And then after you looked back at the house and you saw the smoke?
I was right in front of the house, yes.
And what did you do next?
I knew I needed to run. I started to back up and I was scanning the house, just praying to see Justin come out. Sorry, I'm trying to say what I'm not supposed to, I guess, say here, but I feared he was not coming out of that house.
So
and
where did you go?
Objection.
I backed up.
Sustained, I'll strike it.
Judge, I object to the further line of questioning. And we just can't follow the rules. I ask you to strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overruled. All right, just
okay.
I know you're nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay, apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran. I put my arms around Kaden and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone. So I cut behind a house and hid behind trees and I waited.
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Cross. A couple of questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, you said you were let into the property?
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you ring the bell? Did Justin ring the bell? Did you knock on the door? Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't recall if we called him or if he saw us pull in, but we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
Which officer opened the door for you?
I don't remember. I think it was Daly, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
Is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure. our IT person?
No, I hope not.
Marianne, amazing.
Counsel, can I just make an observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes,
Hold on,
sorry.
please let me finish. Is different than what was on exhibit 74. I just want to make sure, however you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna, I'm sorry? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry, I guess it is on there. I thought it was. Okay, we're good?
So
All right.
just so we're all on the same page, to the extent that either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just
We'll
mark
make sure
and get
that it
into
gets some,
evidence.
and you have some drive out. Thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillips Brooks Road, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you play? So where's the officer that let you in?
He was right behind that door. I do not recall the exact scenario. He was right at that door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your brother?
So when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
You walked right in, didn't you?
I don't know. There was an officer
Well, you
right
saw it.
behind
What
it.
did you see on the video?
I walked in. I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too. Because I know he was at the door.
But I'll offer that if it's not in, but I believe it's in the thumb drive.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive, but
Is
if you find out.
Hey, Maureen.
It is. Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect? No, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down.
And she walked right in.
Come up and call your next witness.
She walked right in, huh? Wow.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Guys, put his name in the chat, please. Thank you.
I mean, sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alain, Justin, last name Aylaian.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32,
And what town do you live in?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's Stowe, Bolton, and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there was some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We'd give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills. And we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay. How long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs for to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT? How does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. And she was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer. and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024. And at that point, we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
I object to any further questioning on this relative grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted a policeman in the bedroom with just the two.
Okay. I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay, so if you walk into your home through the door,
yes,
the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, are almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay. And it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay, what kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay.
Have a second.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
See that screen?
I do, yes.
You recognize what that is?
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the two rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
Okay. And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left. And the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing going up to the second floor on the right side. That's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box on the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, that the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common. via text message. She had reached out and said, "Can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.?" My initial response back to that was, "For what?" She then again tried to get me to reason with me, to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points. And I told her that I was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay. And I feared that his life was in danger.
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that.
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled just as the state of mind, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had feared for my son and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all in Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of objections sustained about his answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objectionable.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation that you had with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact. It was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes. My sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order, and they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
So did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took 2 separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. 2 officers were upstairs, and Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from her mother, and then we initially started to put him in a car seat, and then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back?
Yes.
And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I believe I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open, and I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see a sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustain, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay.
At some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. If I may just have 1 second.
Yes.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No,
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
there was never a gun safe in the basement.
Um, Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No,
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the 29th, you went to that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir.
Isn't that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe, yes, sir.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any of the guns, you took your guns and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This is your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was removing my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to still with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were, let's get it right. You said that you work at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not? He opened the door.
I'm sorry, objection. Relevancy? Yeah, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Uh-oh. Well, it's about to get thick now. Oh, boy. It always does. Welcome back, James. Welcome back. Lisa was holding it down, and Stella. They were holding it down. You missed we did an excursion with the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And he explained that the work that he's doing It came out of his mouth. He said he's doing it for Jesus. Yes, indeed. We heard it here. Jeff says the plot thickens. That's right, Jeff. Jeff be holding it down with me, man. Jeff, I don't know what I'd do without you. Jeff has been rolling with me a long time. Sometimes we be here when nobody else is. Good job, Jeff. All right. James says, Mel, this case reminds me of Karen Reed. All right. What about it? What is it about the case that reminds you? Yeah, LaGuardia is closed. I'm going to be in LaGuardia in the next 7 days. I'm worried about that now. Yes, indeed. Marianne. Good to see you, Marianne. Thank you for all the support, guys. Free Flight says, love Jesus. All right, 777. All right, thank you, thank you. This is what the president said. He loves Jesus too. Well, he didn't say that, but he said he was doing it for Jesus. Listen, I told you guys yesterday, I said the president, and this is why I try to tell you guys to really look at the stock market, because the president, the market goes down and it bothers him. And you know what he does? He always brings it back up, and that's easy money if you're investing in the right things. So whenever the market goes down, I pay close attention. And yesterday I told you, I said, the president, I studied this guy, right, very well. He's not going to make this strike, without trying to finagle around. And when he says he's not going to make the strike, I believe him. So guess what? Today, when I woke up, here we go.
Discuss that sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sir, you're not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
Allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it? Oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brado.
Sure. Nothing further, thank you.
No, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Commonwealth can call its next witness.
That's why I do so well in the stock market. So wait, he has drug issues and he gets the baby. Wow. Oh God, what's going on? She's starting to look brighter now that all this is coming out.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent. Thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud and clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, PatrickNoonan.
And how old are you, sir?
50.
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York.
How long did you stay there?
Until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
Who did you move with?
My sister, mom and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Newton.
And what was her name?
Patricia.
And your sister?
Mary.
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Let's put his name in the chat.
Where did you go to school?
For high school?
Grade school, high school?
The North Andover Public School systems. And then for high school, I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
I did.
Once you graduated, did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year, and then that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What did you get your degree in?
Criminal justice.
Where? From where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
And at some point, how long did you work there?
A couple of years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife.
Who's that?
Angie.
And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd.
Okay.
1999.
1999. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy, Joseph.
And what does Joseph do?
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4 years old?
No.
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh.
I'm sorry about that. At some point, you talked about you were in the military. What area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
Okay. And when was that?
That was in '99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's some sleep deprivation. You also have, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your identity and try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things like that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you, I guess, enlist or volunteer to any special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learned various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons?
Yes.
Such as?
The 6C, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16 and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites,
Nuclear missile sites?
yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
And was that your range or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your four-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yep.
Okay. Did you at some point move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
And when you left the service, did you go to work anywhere else?
Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant.
In what capacity?
As an armed guard.
And any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department. I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to. Respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
That's the regional response team.
And what is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to let's say big games. If we win championships, just extra security, and also kind of like a search and rescue. If people go missing somewhere, they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC at some point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants, knock and no knock, for drugs and guns. If there is a hostage situation, I mean the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so, was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout.
Mhm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders. Then you had to run 1.5 miles after that and make a specific time. After that, it was I think it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
Okay. What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when we want to stress shoot is we'll do sprints, we'll do.
Brown? Not here as an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
He's giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training. So,
well, I don't object to his training. We're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
okay, so I'm going to take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled. Thank you.
You continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right on line. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
The right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Right. What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot don't shoot scenario?
As far as
is that a thing? Shoot don't shoot?
oh yeah, we have shoot don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, and did you participate in those?
We did.
What are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, no shoot.
Okay. How often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yeah.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
Wanted a little faster pace.
Okay. Did you get it?
I definitely did.
Okay. Now, While you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence? Were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys, SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh,
how long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in this Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor.
why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so a slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift, if you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Elaine?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So.
All right. So you got a call from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC, and he explained the situation to me.
Okay. Was he anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. At some point, did someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Daly.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daly said that he'd do the talking, and based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there,
yes,
and that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daly the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown. So we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daley mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but I'm thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an Albert Carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cradle him.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daley.
Now, if do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daley and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did on a typical restraining order service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
At some point, did they come back?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
Myself and Officer Houston.
Where did you go?
We, right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay. And so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put them in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daley.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs. And I told her no.
Okay. What did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books. You know, you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So
What did you do with the books?
she handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carry her down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on the, I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself.
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, you know, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer. I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, you know, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it.
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there from where you were?
Not from my perspective, no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep, so when she came around the frame here, she came up and clicked.
Okay. Where was it pointed?
My face.
After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. She began to, the drop, which means she had the tactical advantage over me. I drew my weapon. She was already backpedaling, and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver or the slide.
Okay, I think the judge was writing. I'd like him to see this, if I could. If you could just, because you made some.
I'm trying to understand the lingo too. Is it a tap, wrap, like a?
Rack.
Rack.
Rack, yes.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
Yes.
So a tap, and a rack.
So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
And a rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off the top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and she began tap racking again. And I was yelling at her, "Don't do it! Don't do it!"
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
At her?
Yes.
Can you hold on one second, please? Yeah, I'll set that.
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
I kept my gun on her or in the area where she was, because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. And what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it." I'll cover you.
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay. Did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed and she was still conscious, alert, moving. I grabbed the gun, I moved it to the other side of the room.
What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding. Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daly started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Core came into the room and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
It hurts. And I said, just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start working Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
So before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, I don't know, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes. And we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damage. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
Okay, hold on. Sustained.
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. So
at some point, did you?
Excuse me 1 second. Broken glass, where was it?
so on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
One of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor, so I chalked it up as old.
Why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second one, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you a number of pictures.
Sure.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we entered.
Showing you exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door?
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
Sure. you what's been marked as exhibit number 36. You recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up. The stairs leading upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that the baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38. Recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, the books that you were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. You recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, into the bedroom?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
That would be the box that was open to the left of the door frame.
Number 50. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to this picture? Where were you when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you were backed up a little?
Yeah. Probably right, whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation
Hey, Lori.
to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I used part of the door frame as some sort of cover, and I was leaning up against it with both my hands. So my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number.
Also, thank you.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask him to get down to point it out to you.
Okay.
If you could approach. Can you tell us where Miss Fitzsimmons was? If you may
point
to show the judge where Miss Fitzsimmons was when she first tap racked it, if you can.
Right about here. And then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it. And I shot approximately right here when she finished.
So it makes sense to stop for the day at this point. I will pick up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow my order and rule. And that is not to watch any of the other folks' testimony. And we will pick up tomorrow morning.
All right. We'll stand in recess.
Okay. All right, guys. I guess we can take another excursion here for a few minutes. How are you guys doing so far? What do you think about the case so far? Anybody have any ideas? What do you think? Are you still leaning in her favor? Or do you think she's in a tough bind right now? What do you guys think? Or is it too soon to really tell? Let's see what everybody has to say in regards to the case. Give us your opinion in the comments or go take a break. Everybody take a break, or fill back up with more coffee, more tea, whatever floats your boat. All right, very good. Let's see. Yes. Okay, everybody's taking a break here. Okay. While you're taking a break, we're going to take a look at something here. Let's see what we can find.
National Iranian American Council President Jamal Abdi is here for more. Hi, Jamal. Thank you for coming on.
My pleasure.
So what's your reaction to the president saying the U.S. and Iran have had very good and productive conversations about resolving hostilities, while Iran is denying any talks are happening?
Well, I think, first of all, the fact that the United States is leveraging war crimes, talking about blowing up power plants, I think demonstrates that Trump does not have very many options here. And so there's a lot of speculation that he is sort of spinning this to calm the markets, and it just happens to be saying, well, I'm not going to commit those war crimes for 5 days until the market closes, and then who knows. So the fact that the Iranians are saying that there are no talks happening, I think there likely has been an exchange of messages. The question, though, is the United States prepared to give up concessions? Because the Iranians are not going to just open up the Strait of Hormuz unless they get something for it. They believe they're in the position of power on that question. And so it really remains to be seen, what is the United States willing to give? If there really are serious talks being brokered indirectly, then I think a solution is possible. But Iran does not want this war to repeat itself. Remember, this is the second war on Iran in less than a year. And I think Iran wants to retain this leverage that it's built up by demonstrating that it can inflict a lot of pain on the United States and the world if it's attacked. So those two things are, I think, going to be in mind in those negotiations if they are in fact happening.
You say there are no good options for continuing the war. What do you mean by that?
Well, we're looking at putting ground troops into Iran, potentially trying to seize Kharg Island. These are very fraught operations. We're talking about a couple thousand Marines. That number could quickly spike based on how that goes. If you put troops on Kharg Island, they're sort of sitting ducks there.
Is there anybody in the audience that wants to see troops put on the ground in Iran? Tell us what you think in regards to this, guys.
The Iranians are not going to stand by idly while that island is occupied.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're for putting boots on the ground in Iran, or put a 2 if you would never want to see such a thing. Let's see.
So it's a huge investment by the United States to escalate this further, and it will make the potential of actually winding this down an even more distant prospect. So I think we're at this fork in the road where Trump has these options, but they are not ones that are going to end this quickly. They're ones that likely will backfire. And so this diplomatic off-ramp, I think, looks a lot more attractive, bearing all that in mind.
You also say Iranian protests aren't materializing despite calls from opposition figures. What happens to that movement if the U.S. pulls out at this stage?
It's a really important question. I think Iran it's war-torn right now.
So most of the people here do not want to see a war, especially with the issues we already have here in the United States, right? But we're definitely being affected. You see all the ups and downs we're seeing in different states, especially when it comes to what happened at the airport being closed down. At least we've seen it over, I believe it was in Michigan, where they shut down the airport because of some threats. While I was traveling to D.C., remember they shut down they did what they call it, a ground stop. And there was no flights coming in and out. So a lot of things, they tried to say that was associated with the smell, but many people that were traveling felt like it was associated with the action that's happening overseas. So yes, indeed. Thank you guys for all of the good comments. All right. Brian is talking about his medical history. Thank you, Brian. Brian is a pillar here. Nice to have you here. I want to thank you to Anderson for holding us down today and also making us laugh along the way. Lisa's been taking care of us. I'm shocked that the judge ended this so soon today, right? That means we'll probably go on longer with this case during the week, but I'm shocked about that. Free Flight says, I'll go with the plan. We don't know enough. Okay, good point. Good point. JCat says, I think Trump got outmaneuvered. Ooh, JCat, I'm worried about that. And if we are outmaneuvered, then what does that mean for the future? If you give Iran a little leeway, they'll take, what do they say? If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right? Take a mile. Uncommon Woman, my favorite. Shout out to you. Uncommon Woman says, good thing you're not traveling today. Exactly, right? That's a very good point. I heard there's a 9 to 10 hour delay in the airport down in Georgia, but it's about a 5 to 6 hour delay in Washington, D.C. So there's a lot happening in the world. Definitely. Definitely. Tell us, if you can, what do you guys think about today, court? Did you feel like anyone was being dishonest? Who was being the most dishonest today? Who would you say? Was it the officer we saw take the stand? Or was it the well, there was two officers. Who do you guys think? Tell us what you think in the comments. And also tell me if you enjoy watching these type of trials, because if you enjoy it, we'll do this more, with cases that have some interest, not just the run-of-the-mill cases, but there's a lot of cases that come through that we could cover, especially when it comes to crime. Oh, okay. Lisa says the first witness was most dishonest. I think he's still stuttering. I think he's still stuck on stuttering right now. Lisa, go wake him up. Tell him to say, wake up and give your life over to Jesus, right? That's what they say in the church when you start lying, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Free Flight enjoys these type of streams. Okay, I'm going to try to start live streaming longer. I think we're starting to get a lot of interest. We're getting more people. A lot of people came over last night. I woke up this morning, I had maybe 300 more people that came over. A lot of them probably discovered me last night on the show. Well, that's good. I welcome each and every one of you. So thank you so much. Thank you. Tomorrow, I will definitely be back at it, live streaming in regards to this case. We're going to try to carry this case all the way to the finish line. But I'm starting to feel like, what did you guys notice about this last officer and what the officer said in regards to how the actual, I have to use YouTube friendly words, the actual discharge of the weapon happened? Isn't it much different than what she was saying? Didn't she say she had the source pointed to herself and then turned it to the officer? What did you guys get from the officer? He said something quite different, right? What did the officer say? Let's get some comments going here. The officer tells a different story. Do you think it makes a difference in this case? Did you change your opinion based on what the officer said? Because she made it seem like she was going to take herself out, right? And the officer mentioned nothing of the sort, right? He did not say anything about her seeking to do this to herself, right? That makes a big difference when it comes to this matter. Anderson says the first cop was shady. Okay, we call him Shady Grady, right? Shady Grady Anderson. That's what we'll call that cop. But anyway, I guess it's tough, because when I covered, let me tell you guys a story. Let me tell you a quick story. When I covered Luigi, hold on one second. Anderson says, only true crime cases for me, Mel. and most of JRL's fans. Okay, so you guys like the true crime? Okay. I don't know. I cover some unique cases. I wouldn't call Sean Diddy Combs, well, it's a lot of crime. Yeah, it's crime. Donald Trump's case I covered. Yeah. So it's all up in the same alley. But I get it. More like the Nancy Guthrie cases. Those are the type of cases I'll be exploring. I like the first 48 and all that type of stuff too. But really, I like those cases that we have a hard time figuring out. And not to point at Nancy Guthrie, but that's a case that's very difficult to figure out. Do you guys remember the case of Kanika Jenkins? She was found in the freezer. Remember that? That was definitely one that I think a lot of people really caught their first win when it comes to true crime. I remember everybody trying to figure out, was she put in the freezer or did she walk into the freezer? How many of you guys remember that case? If you remember Kanika Jenkins' case, put a 1 in the chat. If you've never heard about it, put a 2. Oh, Anderson said the officer was lying to save his rear end. That's so true because, when I covered Luigi Mangione, they brought in maybe 8 to 10 officers that arrested him. And imagine he's sitting there in McDonald's and you bring in all these officers looking to just get a little shine off of Luigi Mangione. And one of the things I noticed, they had an attorney in the back of the court, and they also had like they had the higher ups, and they were there listening to those testimonies. I imagine some of those people were reprimanded when they got back to Altoona, Pennsylvania. That's where Luigi Mangione was arrested. I'll be covering that case coming up June the 8th. But I think before I cover that case, I'll be down in Texas covering Carmelo Anthony. That's the young man on trial for taking the life of another young man allegedly inside of a school game event. Oh my, Richard said he blames Trump. You blame Trump for what? Tell us what you blame Trump for. What happened here? In this case, are you blaming Trump or Kanika Jenkins? Tell us all about it. Anderson, that's right. We'll call him Shady Grady. Shady Grady. Anderson says, yes, crime doesn't have to be murder necessarily. Oh, that's probably a word I shouldn't have used. Stella's going to send me a text message and say, oh, you used that word today. I'll say, okay, I'm sorry, Stella. I'm sorry. All right. Lisa says Nancy's case is captivating. Yeah, it's very captivating. I was out there boots on the ground, but let me tell you something. It gets so dark out there at night. And then on top of that, we never really knew who did it, right? Sometimes, the criminals come back to the crime scene. So imagine I'm out there at nighttime, right? Check this out. And I have my phone on a tripod. It's starting to get dark, and I'm just talking away, preaching the kingdom of God is near, right? And I'm talking to you guys. Then it gets dark, and I'm like, wait a minute. This is not the safest environment. Right here is where someone actually went missing, and we're out here in the dark, not knowing who's the culprit and if they're coming back. So, but I was never scared, believe that. But, those things cross your mind out there. And then we come to find out, we saw a lot of the construction workers coming up that hill right by where we had our, we were set up at. And come to find out, that's one of the properties that they were looking at. So I'm like, wow, was the person that did this right there all along? I guess we won't know until we know. But again, like Lisa say, we want justice, right? We want justice in regards to Nancy Guthrie. When it comes to this particular case, I guess we'll have to check back in tomorrow to find out more information as to how this is going to go. But I guess right now, a lot of people in the chat feels like the officers have not been honest. What about the last officer? What about this last guy? Did he come across as being honest to you guys? Tell us what you think. That's right, Lisa. Yes, she was very vulnerable out there in the dark. This last officer for today, did you get a good vibe from him that he was being honest? J-Cat says, Mel, did you cover Karen Reed? Because that was before us. Yes, I covered that case too. I've covered a lot of cases and many more to go. Okay, Free Flight. Free Flight is answering these questions so fast. Free Flight felt like that last officer was honest. Okay. James says not at all. Okay. James is the attorney. He has to question people all day. James, I wish you were on the platform. I'm going to try to explain this to the crowd. Don't hold it against me because I'm not the attorney you are at a high level. But this is why we have you here, right? This is why we have you here. But for the most part, I don't think people fully understand. Like in court, when they bring up a witness, well, first off, they have opening arguments for the case. So you'll see both sides, right, give their summary. They'll give their best explanation in regards to what to expect in the trial and so forth, right? And then when the witnesses come up, they'll call the first witness. In this type of case, when the prosecutors question the individual, they call that direct. That's the direct examination. And then when the defense comes up and question the person, they call that redirect, or no, they call that cross-examination, okay? So then after the cross-examination is done, then you'll see both sides question the person again, okay? So they have the redirect and so forth. So I think when it comes to the process, I would like to have maybe James come up and give everybody an understanding of what to look for during a trial, because all of the different parts, I think it would be better when we cover these trials to have an attorney lay it out so that everybody know what to look for and kind of give us an explanation of certain points, like what happened today. There are some things that everybody wants to know, like what was this about? So it'll be great. Maybe we'll get James to come up, especially about this particular case. And you guys, we've been watching together. You could ask your questions and have an attorney answer at a high level. Okay, so thank you. Let's see. Oh, they says no, nan, no. Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny. So you guys don't have a lot of credence in a lot of belief in the last guy. I thought he was a little more solid. Wow, I'm shocked that everybody's pushing back on the last guy. Maybe I missed a few things, but I felt he was better than the first guy who kept. What show was that where the guy says humana? I think it's the Andy Griffith show, I guess. But he seemed to have a lot of delayed responses, and it's interesting. Okay, Fantasy says definitely didn't spend time on where her gun ended up at. Okay, ooh, I said the word. Where her weapon ended up at, guys. Okay, so I'll try not to say that again. Yes, Jeff, he was definitely better. Definitely better. James says, no problem, Mel. Just let me know when. Okay. You let me know because I stay ready. I'm ready every day. I have a live every day this week. In fact, we won't be having news at noon. Well, we're having news at noon, but we're having it in a different way because of having to cover this particular case. So, but here we are at the end of the first day. I'm shocked that the judge ended this so soon, but hey, we have time to perhaps even do a deep dive tonight and maybe do a refresher on this war, even though many people are saying it's not a war. Lisa says, it's hard, isn't it, Mel? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Fantastic says, under leg beside leg. Yeah, that's the discrepancy, right? Because initially he said it was under her leg, right? Is that what you guys heard? The weapon was under her leg. And then he changed it to beside the leg. I wonder why. I wonder why the technicality or what's being hid or what's being revealed with this whole weapon under or beside the leg. Jeff says, Judge took mercy on the prosecution. Yeah, let them go and get their act together, maybe, perhaps, right? Maybe that's the case. We're going to end out today with a final video here. I don't want to keep you guys too long. I know you guys are probably tired of a long, long day, right? So we're going to check out this event here we're going to cover two things. You guys know that I go to these No Kings rallies or protests, right? And did you guys hear about the young fella in Iran that was unalive due to protesting? That's something, right? Must be a tough place where you can't even push back. But there's a new No Kings rally coming up, and I want to go over it a little bit with you guys.
Good morning. It's Sunday, March 22nd. I'm Ali Velshi, and we begin this hour with important work this week. Mark this on your calendar. Next Saturday, March 28th, will be the next No Kings protest. It'll be the third time that the No Kings Coalition has organized a nationwide day of action, this one inspired by the federal government's violent and deadly immigration crackdown in Minnesota earlier this year, which is why No Kings organizers chose St. Paul, which is Minnesota's capital, as the site of its national flagship event this time around. It's also a testament to the power of your voice for bearing witness to the government's actions. The outcry that erupted against the immigration operations in Minneapolis-St. Paul forced the White House to scale back its operation. At its height, more than 3,000 federal agents were deployed across the state. Today, fewer than 1,000 remain. Ultimately, it also led to the firing of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Americans, including you at home watching this, have done a lot to provide a backstop to many of Trump's abuses of power. So let's back up for a second and remember what else has been achieved so far. At this point last year, just 2 months into the second Trump administration, no large-scale effort had materialized yet to counter Trump, but the seeds of a movement were beginning to sprout. Small clusters of people around the country were getting together to protest the anti-democratic actions that Donald Trump had promised to take and had started to take upon his return to power. Some people gathered at...
Wow, Lisa, I can't believe you're actually seeing that type of activity on the platform, but nothing is surprising nowadays. Thank you for sharing that, though.
Tesla dealerships and elsewhere to demonstrate against Elon Musk and Doge, who were empowered by Trump to fire government workers and to slash federal budgets. Americans began confronting...
So it looks like this next No Kings protest will be in Minnesota. I think I'll have to sit this one out, although I might talk myself into going. It's going to be in Minnesota. I might go out there for the day, but if the airlines does not get better, then it's more than likely a no-go, a no-go. James says she had a bed for a king in her plane that we paid for as taxpayers. Talking about Kristi Noem. Okay, thank you for that discussion as well. And Lisa says she was a MAGA. Oh, they turned the tables on her quickly. She landed on her head. Oh, what a thing. Tom says it will be across the whole nation. Okay, so more than likely I'll catch the one that's in New York. Okay. Hopefully they'll have it here in New York. I'll have to check the schedule. Typically, they always have one in New York that I go and cover as well. And also the last one they had was in Washington, D.C. I remember that. But they had some smaller ones in New York too. So I'll definitely try to cover it for you guys. So you can see the boots on the ground activity when it comes to the No Kings protests. I tell you, you'll see the most amazing signs, but it's mostly negative about the president. They usually will have the president in diapers, in Pampers, folks. Oh, no, not the Pampers. Or they have all sorts of costumes making fun of the president, and they try to make him out to be Putin's lady. And I'm shocked that people do that. But remember, in America, we have freedom of speech, right? So this Saturday, if it's in New York, I'm going to research it. I will definitely be boots on the ground and show you guys what it's like to be out there with the protesters covering the No Kings, you know. I'm not a big protester, but I definitely will cover it. Okay, James says that the Atlanta airport is a nightmare. Okay, and Georgia says it's always crazy. I'll tell you what, I was thinking about moving to Georgia. The traffic outside of Atlanta, no dice. Oh my, it's a nightmare. And recently, I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the traffic is just as bad almost as Atlanta. So I'm like, man, this is like the new Atlanta in Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, fantastic. Ceci says, sorry, Mel, still have not gotten used to the lingo required on YouTube. It's okay. You can see I'm trying to get used to it too, and I go live pretty much every day. So it's quite a challenge. So this is the No Kings event. I will definitely try to get you guys some coverage to see how it all goes down. I think last time they had over 100,000 people, which wasn't bad. So that movement is growing, and I imagine with the new war, it's only going to be worse. So more, have way more people this time around. Let's finish out today checking out this situation in Kentucky.
2023 arrest cost a Kentucky state trooper his job and his freedom. He pounded on a man at the end of a police chase who'd already given up. In fact, that officer got more time behind bars than the suspect he was after. Video shows the moment he crossed the line. July 2023, KSP troopers are part of a
Thank you, Jeff, and thanks so much for the support. You're far too kind. Tremendous support.
four-county pursuit of Robert Kidd, a man reported to be armed, dangerous, and driving a stolen car. Troopers stopped him in Carroll County using a tire deflation device.
10-4, we're coming to a stop right now.
Kidd runs out of the car and into the woods.
Hey, show me your hands! Show me your hands!
The troopers chase him.
37 Camels already splaying on foot.
This is Hayden Kilborn.
Show me your hands! Don't kill you! Show me your hands! You are...
Moments later, Trooper Kilborn tases Kidd.
Give me your hands now! Right here. Give me your hands!
Wow.
Show me your hands! Hands!
As Kidd holds his hands up, video shows Kilborn continuing to hit him repeatedly with a baton.
Put your hands behind your back! Show me your hands!
Man, he'll never do that again. That's crazy. Wow.
Yes, right here. I will kill you. Put your hands behind your back now. Give me your hands.
Court documents say Kidd suffered 7 stitches to the upper lip, bruising across his face and body, and broken teeth because of the attack.
During the baton strikes, the suspect was seen on body camera footage appearing to comply and show his hands to Trooper Kilborn.
Guys, I should have given you guys a warning because of what we're seeing here, but I really didn't realize it was this extensive, so sorry about that.
It was during this time that the agency determined that Trooper Kilborn's actions constituted excessive force.
5 days later, KSP moved to fire Kilborn. He appealed and saved his job, getting a 6-month suspension without pay. KSP also launched a criminal investigation, and while it played out, the department pulled Kilborn off the street, putting him on admin duty and taking away his police powers.
Former Trooper Kilborn's actions were out of line and rightfully prosecuted.
In January of this year, Kilborn pleaded guilty to a...
Okay, this is a little bit too much for TV, right? Can't believe the way they're just giving it to him, man. That is crazy. Wow. Okay, so we see what happens out here on the road, and people are getting beat to a pulp. That is something. And we're hearing so much about this, and basically I don't think there's ever going to be an end to this type of behavior. And, we just have to, I don't know what to say about this. I wasn't expecting to see this based on the headline, but it's a terrible thing indeed. Okay, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in today. We covered a lot in regards to this case. I think it's going to be a really good one. I'll be back on tomorrow and we'll check it out together and see what sense we can make of this whole thing. I mean, I think this last officer made it hard for her. I kind of felt like she'd probably be okay, but after his testimony, I don't know. We'll just have to see how this turns out. But this last testimony from the last officer, Officer No, as some of you in the audience have said, I think he makes it tough for her. But we'll see. We'll see how it all turns out. We just have to follow the facts, right? Tom Maddox, thank you. I should be thanking you. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to all of you guys. You guys have been wonderful today. If the universe is great, we'll be back on tonight for a deep dive. And I have some good shows coming up with some great interviews. I think you guys are going to like the broad perspective that we'll have with some of the people that I have coming on. Some very famous. So we're going to be asking some good questions, and everything that we cover will have something to do with news and also true crime. Definitely politics is in the mix, but we do so respectfully. And I just want to say, enjoy the rest of your day. It was nice spending the day with you guys. And thank you, Lisa. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Stella. Yes, and thank you for everybody that took the time to like the video, share, and subscribe to the channel. We hit 59,000. We'll be at 60 soon. And we'll keep growing and growing as we keep definitely being boots on the ground, bringing you some of the tough stories. But we try to do so with a lot of dignity and respect, especially for people, because we're all humans trying to find our way through, right? Thank you so much. I really enjoyed myself with you guys today. Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Definitely come back and hang out with us anytime as we continue to check out all of this great stories and even some of the bad. Anderson, love you too. James, thank you so much. James, I look forward to seeing you this week. I think we're going to have a great time in store. Thank you so much. I'll see you later. Thank you.
Different voices, but the same song. Loving a world where we all belong. Kindness leading the way, breaking the chains. In the symphony of love, the thing remains. Embracing diversity, brighter days in sight. Watching the world sharing love and light. Hearts beating as one in our peaceful flight. Colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might. Watching the world sharing love and light. Hearts beating as one in our peaceful flight. The colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might.